Okay. Okay, hi everybody and welcome to today's session on decentralising political economies. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Poppy Bowers and I'm exhibition curator at the Whitworth Art Gallery, part of the University of Manchester. And I'm going to be moderating today's session and giving a short introduction. So I thought I'd start just briefly by describing the Whitworth for those of you that might not be familiar. The Whitworth is a public art gallery that was founded in 1889 with a strong social purpose to give free access to art and education. And as the first public gallery in a park, it saw itself as playing an inspiring role in shaping citizenship and well-being for the working people of the industrial city. So today it's got a collection of around 60,000 works across historic and contemporary art and design, a significant part of which is textiles, of course, which is what the city's industry was built upon. Our original Edwardian building has expanded over the decades, and it's now made up of 12 gallery spaces, a learning studio, a study centre, and a cafe and shop, of course. It sits on the university campus on the edge of the rapidly developing city centre, opposite the city hospital and within dense residential neighbourhoods of Rusholme, Brunswick, Moss Side and Hume. In recent years, we've returned with a renewed focus to the gallery's founding principles to ask ourselves, how do we use the museum today? How does it function as a civic space? And how do our collections, exhibitions and learning programmes speak to the complex issues and urgencies of our contemporary life? And part of that thinking has led to the development of an exhibition and research project on economics, which will take form over the next couple of years. And it's taking shape through collaboration with the Alliance Manchester Business School and with the Centre of Plausible Economies, a platform that uses artistic action and critical thinking to map and reimagine economic systems. And this is initiated by the artist Catherine Baum and curator Cuba Strader, who've worked closely with the economic geographer, Dr. Catherine Gibson. So very broadly, the project looks to reclaim economics as a set of social relations of which we're all part in our everyday life. And provocatively titled Economics the Blockbuster, it also aims to rework the economy of the exhibition from being a practice of entertainment and consumption to instead a space for open-ended, process-based, socially engaged activity that carries out real-world action. So, of course, our understanding of the role of art and the very conditions of its production, distribution and circulation is at the core of this. And that's been explored in the research strand of the project, which is titled Decentralising Political Economies. So here we are. DPE, which we affectionately are calling it for short, is a long-term and open-ended research collaboration between the Whitworth Art Gallery, the City Lab, which forms part of the Institute of Art and Technology at Liverpool John Moores University's School of Art and Design, and the Association of Arte Utile, of which we're going to hear more about during this session. The aim of Decentralising Political Economies project is to propose and examine how art can be used as a tool for developing forms of ground-up and constituent social activism. And I just have to say that obviously this session couldn't come at a more timely moment, given the legal strike action taking place by art workers at Tate and South Bank Centre in the face of cuts to low-paid roles in their organisations and across the most diverse teams in the institutions, so across retail, catering and publishing. And I think this is in part a legacy of the pressures on institutions to diversify and generate their own commercial income. But ultimately, it speaks to the inherent contradiction that sits at the heart of many public art institutions, where the capitalist logic of their management systems simply do not tally with the leftist radical politics of their public programming and communications. And I'm slightly paraphrasing the artist Taishani there, who wrote a brilliant essay in the Art Review this week titled Why Art Workers Must Demand the Impossible, which is freely available online if you haven't read it. So bearing this context in mind, today's session we'll explore how decentralising political economies can contribute to rethinking the institution. So the gallery, the museum, the art school, as we'll hear. So rethinking the institution as a more equitable mode of practice that's no longer governed by or dominated by capitalist and growth-orientated logic. And to do this, it calls for a reinvention of what we consider to be art and the role art and its institutions have in contemporary life. The session will introduce some key terms, such as one-to-one scale practice, usership, and the notion of the undercommons. And we'll draw on case studies, including the Association of Art Utile, as well as socially engaged projects set in the specific locality of post-industrial South Wales. The speakers in today's session, which I'm really pleased to welcome, are John Byrne, Director of the Uses of Art at Liverpool John Moores University, Curator and Educator Alessandra Saviotti, and the artist Owen Griffiths. So hello and welcome to the three of you. Before I introduce the first of those speakers, I'll just say that the session is going to run for an hour and 45 minutes. We're going to finish about 1:45. The next session is starting quite promptly at 2 o'clock after us. Each speaker will present for 20 minutes, and then we'll have around 15 minutes for them to respond to each other and start a discussion before we then open it up to questions from the audience. I have a couple of house rules to quickly mention. Firstly, to ensure the session runs smoothly, if you could keep your microphone turned off, that would be great. This should have been done automatically, but sometimes it doesn't always work, so please do check, thanks. And secondly, we just ask you to use the chat function only for questions and comments to the panel. And we really do encourage questions, so please do write them into the chat box. And if it's for a particular person, a particular speaker, do please, if you can, write their name in capitals at the start of the question, which just helps us track them more easily. Okay, without further delay, I'll introduce the first speaker, which is John Byrne. John is a reader in the Uses of Art at Liverpool John Moores University, where he's also the director of the Uses of Art City Lab. In partnership with the Internationale, a confederation of 7 European art organisations, he's led Liverpool John Moores University's participation in a number of exhibition research projects and publications that each work to reconsider the formal systems of art and art institutions. So these have included the Uses of Art, the Legacy of 1848 and 1989, a constituencies research strand, and he was lead editor of the resulting publication, The Constituent Museum, Constellations of Knowledge, Politics and Mediation, that was published in 2018. John is an active member of the Association of Art Utile and is committed to growing the association's network as a worldwide constituency of artists, designers, activists and makers who wish to explore ways in which we can use art as a ground-up tool for imagining ourselves otherwise. John is currently researcher in residence at the Whitworth, where I have the pleasure of working with him and talking and thinking with him. And he's lead researcher and editor of the Decentralising Political Economies research platform. Okay, I'm going to hand over to you, John. Thank you.
Okay. Hi everybody. I'm going to just share a screen, if that's okay. Okay. Thanks very much, Poppy, for the introduction, and to everybody for joining today. What I want to do in this first 20 minutes really is to flesh out the Decentralising Political Economies project a little more, and to do that as a means also of introducing some of the things that both Owen and Alessandra are going to say, and hopefully to be able to kickstart a conversation, and in a sense the project itself, which we hope will kind of grow and develop for several years. As Poppy's just outlined, Decentralising Political Economies is a research collaboration between the Whitworth, the City Lab at Liverpool John Moores University School of Art and Design, and the Association of Art Utile. The kind of broad aim, also as Poppy's outlined, of the project is to begin to propose, develop and test toolkits for collaborative uses of art as a means to develop activist forms of constituency and community production. Initially, this was going to be a project which, oh, works now. Initially, this was going to be a project which was going to take the form of a couple of seminars and perhaps a publication. But the COVID pandemic forced us a rethink, really. And after some conversations with Alistair Hudson, who's the director of the Whitworth Art Gallery, we thought it was a really important moment, as Poppy's outlined, to begin rethinking how we might use art as a tool for real ground-up social activism and change, and what role and function that museums and galleries could play in that form of activism as well. The impetus for this is, as we know, and as everybody's been discussing, that the whole COVID pandemic is forcing and accelerating every individual and community and local, regional, national, and international community to begin rethinking itself. However, not all of that rethinking, as Poppy's just suggested, and as we all know, is coming from the left. It's also an opportunity for a globalized neoliberal logic to entrench itself and to rethink us for us. An obvious example of that, as I'm sure everybody knows, is the Great Reset project that the World Economic Forum suggesting. And what we wanted to begin to do was to think of how we might engage meaningfully with this complex set of developments and proposals and propositions that are going to take place over the next years, because none of us obviously want this new and emerging post-COVID culture to be something that's served up for us from a neoliberal economic bias. Now, one of the things that's been occupying my thinking for several years now, which I want to outline very quickly, is that the conditions of action within the art world and the world in general now have become more asymmetrical. I no longer think, or have thought for many years, that there is simply a rhetoric of the left and a rhetoric of the right, and that we can stand off against each other. I believe that one of the successes of, unfortunately, globalized neoliberal logic is its occupation of discourses and terminologies of the traditional left. And that's not to raise a white flag. It's just to say that the site of struggle, if you like, is asymmetrical. It's now within and over the kinds of terminologies and conditions that once would have previously defined clear oppositions, but they're now quite the same. So I've got a couple of questions that I've kind of outlined that I want to look at. And I want to kind of begin to propose a way that the project that we're proposing, decentralizing political economies, might work, why we're doing it, I've just begun to explain, and how we're going to go about developing these projects. In order to do this, I want to very quickly look at 3 possible examples from quite diverse fields, and then revisit them in order to see how they might be brought together in order to help us think things differently. My argument is that if we are living in asymmetrical times, we can't rely upon art or museums or galleries as we know it or knew it to be to help us develop these forms of counter-activism. They're also occupied by neoliberalism. One of the things that we might have to do is to open ourselves to rethink the possibilities of art as a form of action and engagement and activism, and how we might use museums and galleries within this struggle in order to effectively open up some space for change. Now, one of the first of the three examples I want to look at super briefly, you're probably very familiar with this, and if not, there is now an awful lot of literature that's going about this, was Project Cybersyn. Project Cybersyn was a project that was developed in the early 1970s, from 71 to 73, under the request of the Chilean government led by Allende. And it saw a management cybernetics expert and guru, Stafford Beer, being invited by the Chilean government to help them think of how they might develop successful feedback loops which would decentralize the center, gather information continually from different parts of the country, feed that information back, and enable the centre to then act and change its discussions. Now, one of the things that I'm becoming really interested in, and one of the key bulwarks of decentralising political economies, is to look to a whole range of examples of practice and historical and contemporary theories that centre around the notions of decentralisation, political decentralisation, and political opposition, that seek to support ideas of non-representational politics. Ideas such as Project Cybersyn are just one amongst many. You know, one can think of the Zapatista movement, for example, or the democratic confederalism proposed by Abdullah Öcalan. But key to this really is to think of these examples as resources and unfinished contested sites over which we can continue to develop our struggle to use museums and art as a propositional toolkit for real world social, economic and political exchange. My second example is an exhibition which took place in the Van Abbe Museum in the Netherlands between 2013 and 2014, called the Museum of Arte Utile. The Museum of Arte Utile brought together some of the ideas developed by an artist and artivist, as she often calls herself, Tanya Bagheera, and her proposition, which she began to develop around about 2010, 2011, of the global networked online association of Arte Utile, or useful art. The idea here was that art should no longer simply be a symbolic and representational model of how the world could be, but art could be used as a tool, not just by artists, but by communities for social, economic, political radicality and ground up change. Now, some of these ideas will be developed in the next discussion by Alessandro Saviotti, but you will see as you're looking at the screen on the right an image of the archive of the Arte Utile, which is an online resource of artists' works and propositions for social and cultural and community change. What really intrigued me about this exhibition and this show was that when it first opened, it was quite difficult for a non-art specialist public to engage with. It concerns one-to-one scale art practices, practices which happen in the real world, and their representation within a gallery space and the difficulties of doing that. However, what was really interesting about this show is the Van Abbe Museum took the radical step of inviting anybody, communities or otherwise, to use the space of the museum and the gallery and to use the resources that were available via the exhibition to begin to hold meetings, groups, discussions, And because of that, the exhibition itself became one of the most successful exhibitions in terms of footfall that the Van Abbe Museums ever had. And it began to get us to think really about how museums and galleries themselves might become sites of activity and action in which museums themselves are used otherwise. Now, during the development of this exhibition, a thinker and philosopher called Stephen Wright was asked to develop a lexicon of usership, how we might use art to form oppositional activism. And he became interested in the term Museum 3.0, or the idea that museums and galleries would no longer be places where you came to see embodied objects and extract meaning from them, which would help you symbolically reacquaint yourself with the world outside, but we could become sites of active change as well. Now, one of the catches in that idea that Poppy alluded to is for that to be full-blooded, it would also mean that the hierarchical management systems of museums and galleries, which are quite traditional and quite pyramidal, would also have to change. And that change would also be have to negotiate constituently. Quite how we do that, we don't know. But one of the ideas of decentralizing political economies is to try and help build toolkits which might help us begin that journey. Most people agree that museums, galleries has to change, that our uses of art has to change. So what we now need to do is begin to imagine how that could happen, and to build strategies which would meaningfully affect that stage change. This is two images from a project by Owen Griffiths, who will be also speaking later, as you know, taken from the Trebanog project. And I'm using this image really to think about and to introduce people who may not know to the idea of one-to-one scale art practice. And it's the third ingredient in this kind of Gordonian knot that we're talking about. One-to-one scale art practice is really a label for those art practices led by individual or groups of artists who work with communities to make real world propositional change. They don't necessarily rely on the production of art objects that then go into museums and galleries. They don't rely upon the idea of one single artist necessarily taking credit for developing an artwork with a community. They become projects which can exist and have a life of their own and will grow beyond the initial impetus that an artist or creatives or communities might bring to them. They're in essence ground up forms of proposition which are instigated by artists. Now, as I said, that leaves us with a really, really interesting, kind of problem. Museums and galleries, as we know them, are really only 200 years old. They start to happen as a consequence of the French Revolution, and their whole conceptual and physical architectures are built around seeing objects which we are now educated to think of as being separate from, though related to, the world outside the museum and gallery, made by special people called artists who embed a kind of quality within those objects that are then extracted by a viewer as a form of transaction underpinned by this Western art world logic, which then gives an aesthetic or cultural experience which is emancipatory and can change the way we think and work with the world. What museums and galleries are very successful at doing because of this logic is taking anything into the purview of the art world system and reformatting it as art under those basic terms and conditions. What museums and galleries that we know as have been developed from the West aren't so good at is then extending that logic beyond the purview of the museum and art gallery and art world into everyday life. It begins to fall down. What we need to do because of that is to develop new ways of rethinking how we use museums, how we use art, how we begin to rethink the museum and gallery as a site of activism and social change, which will allow, in turn, users of museums and galleries and users of art to reacquaint themselves with the readily available forms of toolkits for activism and localized change, which they could then begin to use as meaningful propositions to challenge the centralization of deregulatory logic. And one of the things that we wish to do with this project, Decentralizing Political Economies, is to bring together discourses that are beginning to develop within museums and galleries that want to rethink their position and their relationship to their communities locally, nationally, and internationally. Artists who want to work in different ways, and constituents who want to use art as forms of proposition alternative change, and to begin to suggest, as I began this introduction with, toolkits for change, which will allow us to think outside a primarily Western purview of artistic experience. Now that's a very, very difficult proposition. It's something which is going to be the beginning and start of a process which has already begun in different places. It's something which we can't second guess. It's something which we will need to work towards. And for the purposes of this particular project, this particular contribution to those growing global debates, as I suggest, we want to use the resources of historical and existing and future propositions of decentralizing political radicality in terms of thought and practice as a means to rethink how we might use art, and we might reuse museums and galleries as power stations for social, political, and economic opposition in ways that don't simply replicate the neoliberal logic of the centre. And I guess I can end there.
Great, thanks so much, John. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Thank you for that. That introduces some great thoughts that we can take up, that Alessandra and Owen can take up. So I'm now going to introduce the second speaker, which is Alessandra Saviotti, who is a curator and educator who lives in Amsterdam. She's a PhD candidate at the Liverpool John Moores University School of Art and Design, where her focus is on socially engaged art, collaborative practices, and arte utile. Her work aims to realise projects where the public becomes a co-producer in the spirit of usership. Her reflection is taking into consideration collaborative processes according to the motto, cooperation is better than competition. She is co-founder of the art collective Asperamente, a group which focuses on the common definition of work in progress, seeking the contribution of operators in other fields than art for interdisciplinary projects that are free from time constraints. She was part of the curatorial team of the Museum of Arte Utile, which John has just mentioned, at the Van Abbe Museum. And since 2014, she's been collaborating with the Association of Arte Utile, especially aiming at emancipating the usership around the archive. She's tutor at the International Master Artist Educator at the University of the Arts in Arnhem, and also teaches at Accademia Unidi in Biella, Italy. Alessandra, over to you.
Thank you, Poppy. So I'm gonna share my screen too. Just a second. All right, can you see it? Yeah. All right, so first of all, I would like to thank all the organizers also of this conference, because I have been watching the previous sessions and it was really awesome. So thank you for that. And also thank you to Poppy, Owen, and John to be here. Hopefully we will have a conversation together later. So some of the key words were already mentioned before. So I will expand a little bit on how the Arte Utile archive, which was put together for the Museum of Arte Utile exhibition at the Van Amme Museum, has been used in the context of education, both informal and informal. And in particular, I will introduce two projects. One is called Broadcasting the Archive, that I co-curated with Gemma Medina Estupinian. Basically, it became a real tool we used to sort of infiltrate the institution of education, suggesting and implementing another way of teaching, which is also inspired by feminist and critical pedagogy and the idea of the undercommons as well. And then I will, in the second part of the presentation, I will explain how the Associazione d'Arte Utile used its way of, let's say, being, and so not a formal institution or association or an organization, to gain traction in the institutional environment, such as, for instance, the museum collection, using its very same principle. And then all of this has been done, let's say, in the spirit of usership, hacking, and the undercommons, which became a sort of common threads in the working methodology of the Association d'Arte Utile, or let's say what I've identified as such, and in particular when it challenges the traditional way of collecting, events making, spectatorship, and ownership. Let's say that my interest is really to highlight how Arte Utile provide case studies through its archive, which is available for free online on the Arte Utile website, in order to promote and emancipate usership, and in particular, how it can really become a fertile ground where to experiment, but also conceive inclusive education models and toolkits. And this is would be also, let's say, my contribution to the Decentralizing Political Economies platform, because I have been busy to think about the toolkit session, and in particular to resource for education, which hopefully are gonna work both in the formal and informal education environment. So how I would try to do so? I'm gonna talk about two case studies in particular that I really think, or at least over the course of the years, I see that they can really challenge effectively the education system, but also propose a model that other people could use, but also could research, and could add also other meanings and tools to that. So this is the first project, which is called Broadcasting the Archive. Broadcasting the Archive is a collaborative project that I have been curated together with my colleague Gemma Medina Estupinian. We started putting together the project in 2015, right after the Museum of Arte Utile exhibition was over, because we were pretty much, let's say, working in close collaboration with the artists whose practices and projects are included into the archive. And we really wanted to, we were always talking about, okay, how can we use the archive? This project is really meaningful and amazing. How can we really try to, to support also this kind of practices beyond the museum and beyond the time of the exhibition? So our aim after the exhibition was over was to become serious about what we were trying to say with the exhibition. So let's repurpose the museum. Let's try to use the spaces of the museum in another way, and so on. So, and also we decided to develop the project independently, even though we were always in conversation with Tania Bruguera, of course, and with the museum, the Van Amme Museum, but also a different kind of institutions. Because we really wanted to go beyond the walls of the museum. In a way, since the case studies that have been included in the Arte Utile archive are practices that they were a little bit put outside the context of the museum or the canon of the museum. So we said, okay, let's try to find a way to really support these kind of practices and artists also beyond the context of the exhibition. So the project basically consisted and consists, because it's still ongoing, even if it transformed itself. So it consisted of a series of city tours, workshops, taking into consideration the Arte Utile archive, but also at a certain point we started to understand that we really needed to go deep into the research. So we really needed to go deep to understand the urgencies of the artists, but also of the constituencies and of the group, sometimes of activists that they created this project. But then while we were going all over Europe mainly, but also we presented the project in Turkey and the United States, we saw that this archive and also this way of being in conversation, not only with the artists and the practitioners, but also with other group of people that were, let's say, using this project in another way beyond art, it became really important, and it could be transformed as and used as a sort of, let's say, pedagogical methodology. So, so at a certain point, we were invited to more often to give some lectures and explaining the project. So we said, okay, but why don't we try to really create a curriculum and or a syllabus that can be really used into art schools, for instance, and universities. So that in a way can take into account all these radical practices in order to think, not just to think about theory or about what is behind this kind of project, but really to change the way these kind of practices, and I mean Arte Utile, but also socially engaged art practices are taught and displayed in art schools. So then after we started a little bit working with this idea of creating a curriculum, we were, let's say, we faced a sort of struggle, which is it possible to teach a radical approach that seeks to reorganize the existing configuration of the system within the system itself? And then again, working in this kind of context was always, we were always facing, and I was always facing, and still I am facing this contradiction, no? Between, okay, let's use the realm of art in order to create tools and change, but let's really try to realize one-to-one practices. So practices that work for real, not just in the realm of art, but also in the real world. So let's be serious about that. So we implemented a curriculum which is part of the International Master Artist Educator, where I teach with my collaborator, Gemma, at the University of the Arts in Arnhem, the Netherlands. And to create a curriculum, we really use the same methodology. So the curriculum comprehends city tours, visits to special exhibitions that are close to the topic of Arte Utile, and then of course every time changes, because the museums and institutions every here organize different exhibitions. So it's really, let's say, flexible the way we work. And then we also have a 6 weeks mentorship with different artists and art organization, and of course a series of reading groups where we analyze words like usership or concept like the undercommons, but also concept like friendship, for instance, or like vulnerability, all these kind of you know, terms that can have a different value for each of us, if you want to. So as I was saying before, every year the curriculum changes according to some specific urgencies, but also taking into account the feedback of the previous group of students and also the feedback of our fellow teachers. And it is basically constituency led, because every year while we write the curriculum, we came across different projects and different artists, and we really want to use the possibility to be included in let's say traditional institution, which is the art school, to support also the research of the artists that we invite to be with us in the classroom. And this is the group of the students that we had this year. And I just want to say that I'm super proud, because this year, despite all the circumstances, they brilliantly graduate with amazing projects. So I'm super happy about that. And also I choose this image because we were visiting an art organization in Eindhoven, and it's super important that basically the voice of this experimental organization or non-traditional art organization is heard by themselves. So I don't want, okay, I'm the, let's say, educator, the teacher for my students, like, let's say, the point of reference for them, but I don't want that my voice is, let's say, mediating the voice of the artist. So I think it's super important that the students hear directly from the artists themselves about the strategies and the way of working without any, let's say, layer of mediation. And then in this way, I think students can also build a sort of, again, one-to-one relationship with the projects themselves. Another project which I really want to talk about before going to the second part of the talk, it's Tequiografias, which is a project that I'm super inspired by, and I'm glad that the artists Daniel Godin and Nivon, and in collaboration with the Assembly of Indigenous Migrants in Mexico City, realized that, because this is one of the projects that I always go back when I'm thinking about how can we really affect social change, infiltrating in institutions, even if it's not easy and not really straightforward. But so basically Daniel as in collaboration with the Assembly of Indigenous Migrants in Mexico City has created a series of monographs called Tequiografias through a tequio. So tequio is a communal system of organization expressed in collaborative practices, mandatory and unpaid work, which the Assembly of Indigenous Migrants use in order to organize themselves. And basically, the goal of the project is really to change how some topics that are part of the tradition or the way of living of the indigenous migrantism in Mexico City are taught in schools in the city. So basically, monografias is like, let's say, this kind of cards that are used by kids in schools in order to learn about different topics. But then they are always created and designed by, you know, like with a specific point of view, which is not this point of view of the indigenous migrants. So Daniel, together with them, they made new drawings, and they also wrote the explanation of the different topics that kids can learn in school. And Daniel is a teacher himself, so he was able to make circulating these new tequiografias in the usual stationery store where kids buy their school materials. So in this way, I think this is really a nice example of how this kind of project can work on a one-to-one scale, because the kids go to the shop, buy the tachigraphias, and they study the topics on these tachigraphias, but also is the artistic proposition of what it is, because this project can work very well in a museum environment. It can be used as a model to create another kind of another different project. So this is one of my favorite example of what I mean when I say that we should infiltrate the system using tools that we know, which are the tool of art in our case, to really change something. I'm gonna proceed with the second part of my talk. I hope to be on schedule. I think so. Otherwise, Poppy, just wave me. Okay. So this is a quote that I would like to read to you, because it's one of my let's say favorite quote by Tania Bruguera when that I use to explain what arte utile means. I precisely choose this one because it's from 2011, so way a little bit before all these Association de Arte Utile and Arte Utile as a movement was sort of institutionalized. So I think it's really important, and so I just read it. Useful art is a way of working with aesthetic experiences that focus on the implementation of art in society, where art's function is no longer to be a space for signaling problems, but the place from which to create the proposal and implementation of possible solutions. We should go back to the times where art was not something to look at in awe, but something to generate from. If it's political art, it deals with the consequences. If it deals with the consequences, I think it has to be useful art. So I really think that one way to really intervene and change the way institution operates is really starting from ourselves. Also because museums and institutions, you know, like are made by the people that work in there and run the institutions. Of course, also, you know, like if we think about space, it's super important to change the space and to welcome other kind of bodies in the institutions. But I think we really need to be serious and to be brave and to start from the way we work and the way we understand our work and what does it mean to really change something. So going back to the idea of the archive, at a certain point after the exhibition was over, we received a lot of requests on using this archive. So we started thinking, okay, but how can we avoid that this structure, this kind of structure that you see in the presentation, becomes the only way of using the archive? And also, how can we be serious in considering that the archive is not just only a work of art, but is something else, something that it needs to be fed, it needs to be activated, etc. And also, how can we question the praxis of events making that doesn't consider different temporalities of working with constituencies that are not contemporary art trained audiences? And this is something that also John explained a little bit before. So we decided to really push for the acquisition of the archive, which already exists online for free. It's which can be a little bit counterintuitive, but the question we had was, can we avoid that this collective project is seen, first of all, like a solo artist project, but also, is the museum committed to, is the museum ready to commit to this kind of practices? So together with a group of, you know, like Tania Bruguera herself, but also John was part of the group, I was part of the group, other museums, directors, curators, exhibitions, and the collection and the legal department, we decided to intervene directly in the budget of the museum collection. So is it possible to make a shift between the idea of the purchase agreement to the idea of the certificate of usership? And this, I think, it was quite you know, not easy to think about it, because it took us, like, I think almost 7-8 months. 1 minute. Okay, so I'll just close it here with the part of the contract. But I think the point was that, okay, let's try to not using the budget of the exhibition, not using the budget of the public program, but really to intervene in the collection, because the collection is what in the end remains. So I'm just gonna finish in reading a section of the contract, which I think it's quite, I really like it, and I think it's also quite interesting. And this is like the real contract, is not like something that like an exercise in that. So in agreeing to co-usership of the Arte Utile archive, the institution who buys carries out an act of generosity and commitment to support the public recognition of Arte Utile. Strictly speaking, the Arte Utile archive cannot be owned by any party to the exclusion of any other, since it can be freely used or misused by anyone. The Arte Utile archive can, however, be part of collections. In this case, joint usership is secured through a one-off subscription fee, a form of remunerated usership paid by the using institution to the Association de Arte Utile. Okay, thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. I should add that the Whitworth has acquired the archive of the Arte Utile archive, so we can perhaps maybe come back to that later in terms of, you know, a very real example of how it's infiltrating the system of the art institution. Okay, thank you. So now I'm going to introduce the third speaker, Owen Griffiths. Owen is an artist, workshop leader and facilitator. Using participatory and collaborative processes, his socially engaged practice explores the possibilities of art to create new frameworks, resources and systems. In 2020, Owen developed Ways of Working, a new community participation platform and company, in order to work in ways he feels are urgent and can prepare us for the future. So speaking to climate crisis, localism and radical collaborative projects. Owen was a British Council Fellow in 2014, working with artists and community growing networks across California. In 2016, he was awarded a Creative Wales Ambassador role, researching land use, community and participation through placemaking, food systems and regeneration. He leads long-term projects, including Graft, a soil-based syllabus with National Waterfront Museum of Wales, Hinterlands Wales, the Trabanog project that was shown before with the Artes Mundi, and Land Dialogues with Glyn Vivian Art Gallery. He's an associate artist with Peak Art in the Black Mountains and Taliesin Arts Centre at Swansea University. Over to you, Owen.
Thanks. I'll just start with sharing the screen. And slideshow. Is that everybody hear me? Great, okay. Well, diolch yn fawr iawn. Thanks very much for asking me to be here today, and it's thrilling to be part of such an expansive and inspiring series of talks over a week. I've been really enjoying them, so really thank you very much. I want to start by saying that I'm talking to you from Swansea in South Wales, a post-industrial landscape, a port, once the capital, the world capital of copper, and once one of the most polluted landscapes in Europe at one point. I mention this because post-industrial landscapes and their narratives and roots are in global trade, industrial wealth, and are deeply connected to museums and collections. The wealth or former wealth that built these institutions, resources, and places are therefore deeply embedded in labour, capital, colonialisation, excavation, and climate breakdown. So these are times of multiple crises, interlinked by capitalism, patriarchy, and white supremacy. So, I want to start with this phrase, dig where you stand. This is a phrase I've been thinking a lot about recently and has become a kind of motto or a thing on the studio wall. But during COVID and during the shutdown, we've had an opportunity to re-engage and think again about our local resources or lack of them. Whether these are civic spaces, community centres, parks, food projects, or simply to look again at the familiar landscape which we live in. We're rethinking these things only through a time of crisis. So I'm interested in the idea of digging where you stand and working locally. So this idea of localism is really critical to the practice that I've been trying to develop. So I wanted to just share with you some projects that are in the square mile of my house and my studio, which have been in development since 2011. So they involve Fetch, a urban green garden, which I'll talk about in a minute, Graft, which you alluded to. We're doing some work at the Swansea train station, working with Transport for Wales, looking at green infrastructure and community development projects there. We're working on a project called Land Dialogues with the Glynvivian Art Gallery and National Museum Wales, looking at the collections and looking at land use. And we're working on potentially a long-term project, an anti-gentrification community design project, working with communities and natural resources Wales around water and climate change in one street in Swansea called St Helens Road. So I wanted just to introduce those projects and the idea of what does it mean to work locally outside of the cultural capitals, outside, literally outside in a lot of these cases, like on a canal, towpath, in a park, to hold dialogues in these places, to create feasts in the street, to hold workshops which question power and create radical educational opportunities for people, to make the case for developing long-term relationships with communities, creating more collaborators, digging deeper, changing policy, empowering place, and trying to be useful, and sometimes failing at all of these things. Oh, I can't. For some reason, I can't change slide. Oh, there it is. It's changed. So the Veg project, so projects like Veg and Graft, which I mentioned earlier, are urban green projects in my locality that I've been developing, they've got them built into these projects are longer term caretakers and the idea of land stewards or long-term collaborative partners. And the design and creation of these projects are really led by the need for those infrastructures to be taken seriously and to be built as part of their creative work. So this idea of governance, sustainability structures, and their life beyond the initial artistic involvement are really critical to the way they take shape and the way that we talk about and develop these projects as collectives and as communities. Fetch continues today and is a garden for over 150 local people. It's just down the road from my house, and what's extraordinary about it is that locally it's become this real critical community centre for lots of different people. They won recently a kind of campaign called the People's Park campaign to maintain all that green space that you saw there, and to kind of create this idea of a community speaking to the needs of what they need from sustainability, what they need from green space in city centre landscapes. So this is a project which is in its 9th or 10th year now and is still going strong and is developing more and more all the time. But this idea of land stewardship and connecting to landscapes that we live in locally is really critical to the work, and as is the idea of returning the museum to a site of collaboration, which is a lot of the questions and work of the Art Utile network and the questions that John framed today's session around. And I want to introduce a project and an idea around one example of how that developed. This is a Graft, a community garden and edible landscaping space, which is basically the transformation of a green, sterile museum lawn into this abundant edible landscape with a composting system, with beehives, with a cob oven, with a 40-foot polytunnel, and a whole program of workshops educating people around food to plate, soil to plate education, and the connections between the museum as an industrial heritage museum and food. So what this is a public commitment, not only to sustainability and climate and community, but to acknowledge the museum's role as a potential community centre with a responsibility to its locality, to climate and local green infrastructure. What we're trying to explore is a relationship between the museum and its constituents. The garden is an arena where this can be enacted slowly, where a radical shift in ownership and production can begin to take shape. We're also exploring the connections between the garden and the collection, the processes at play in a community project alongside a museum, looking at the seeds as a living archive of migration, ecology, diversity, and a collection of industrial heritage objects, and finding the connections of the common ground between these things. The next stage of this connection work that we're talking about is a new garden that we're developing just down the road in another institution. So again, we're working very locally here, taking the graph volunteers and others to a new site with us to design a new community green space at the Glynvivian Art Gallery. This design will be informed by a community research project into landscape and land use and the collections at both these institutions. If we can understand the true narratives of the post-industrial landscapes and the connections between the collections, we can try and design a space or try to reimagine this familiar space again to make a truly radical new community green space informed by these histories of oppression, of excavation of materials, of capital and trade and their connectivity. What this is trying to do is create a new kind of civic intersectional space to talk about the role and the responsibilities of collections and galleries to their communities. How can a garden become the space to talk about these ideas, as well as a much needed green and tranquil space, in our case in Swansea, in a civic space which is undergoing years and years of regeneration and failing to kind of create a kind of coherent idea of what a civic city, what a truly radical city space could be. So what's emerging from all these projects and connections is like an archipelago of local civic landscape work, demonstrating softly the ability for communities to take ownership, to explore ideas of exchange, meaningful production and design, led by sustainability and sociability, rather than by commerce and regeneration agendas. We explored the ideas of ownership and land stewardship directly with communities in projects like Skyline, where we worked with 3 communities in the ex-coal mining valleys of the Rhondda, where we got to know them, we met them, we hosted meals with them, we mapped local cultural important activities across, we looked at archival images, but we looked at these maps and made these kind of intersectional maps where we looked at the histories, the authors, the local traditions, the connectivities between all these points to really understand deeply this landscape. And this is all framed around a provocation of imagine if all the landscape that surrounded us was again in common use, it was a commons. What role will it play in the crisis of climate change? And what are the possibilities here for communities to manage their own natural resources? This land was once common. This land that you can see here is the Rhondda Valley in the Rhugos, just the Rhugos Mountain in Treherbert. This land was once commons, farmland, broadleaf woodlands, full of oaks, crisscrossed by ancient walkways and bridle paths, where people would tell us stories about walking to the mine over the hill, over the top of the hill, and then walking home underground through a network of tunnels back to their own village. They're now, pine forests managed by Natural Resources Where the Environment Agency. They're kind of monocultural capitalist hillsides, which are logged at a loss, which is just a timber, is not construction grade timber. And they're just a landscape waiting to be reactivated. One of the really interesting things was that we had these amazing conversations with community elders who were adopting the roles of land stewards. They were with the goal of bringing young people back to these landscapes, protecting the natural resources for future generations. During this project, we met with sustainability experts, explored small-scale crofting, created feasibility studies, looked at hydroelectric schemes, sustainable logging projects, and alternative economic models of community ownership of these landscapes. We mapped the stories and the culture, explored the relationship and the materials that were extracted, and their journey as part of a global capital exchange, and the austerity that followed the 1980s Tory government's systematic destruction of these communities, and the connections between the mines of South Wales and the projects of empire. I'm going to stay in the Rhondda Valley a little bit now. So we're going to go to the Trebanog project. But these slides are kind of provocations and kind of a series of statements that John and I have been talking and working around. So challenging the patterns of dominance and power. These are kind of critical ideas to how these works take shape. So the Trebanog project is a really interesting example of this idea of long-term relationship, getting to know a community, and getting to playing at odds with the expectations of the cultural commissioning forces in these projects, where you're expected to fly in, make a work, and leave. And what's interesting about a lot of these projects is that I'm still engaged in a lot of these things. I'm still engaged with these communities. So models of friendship, models of alternative collaborative ways of working are really critical. And you can see that in the way that we're trying to make these statements with the people. There is no alternative. The future is self-organized, or what makes this good practice? The idea of asking these questions collectively about what is the use of art in this context, and how can we leverage its ability to do something that can raise the quality of life for people, can create employment, can create new green spaces, or can create opportunities. So there's no easy way to talk about the Trebanog project because it's quite a long-term thing. But essentially what we did as part of this idea of being parachuted into a space was we took over a derelict primary school. So this primary school became a space to think about the way that these things can need a center. You know, how do we hold a space for the community to gather? And how can we talk about alternative pedagogy in a way that makes sense to most people? A lot of the terms that we're using today about constituent-led and things like this, I would never use those in projects a lot of the time. So we have to find the language of transparency and of equality and look at how we kind of create the lexicon of words that we use in those contexts. So what we did is we took over an empty primary school, we created a kind of community centre, and we ran a series of site investigations. And the original brief was to look at a green space and to redesign this green space through the community. And in order to do that, this primary school became a canteen, a workshop, an art school, lots of different things. And instead of buying the equipment from IKEA or from anywhere like that to kind of create the space for tea or tables, we thought about how can we make that process kind of visible? How can we make it a flat process where everybody can participate and shape that? And I think that's really critical to all these projects, is how do we make these open systems of ways of working? So there's no mystery to what the artist is doing. There's no kind of like, oh, it's weird and it's happening over there. It's happening with you, it's happening in this space, and we're doing it together. And it doesn't matter if it looks or feels like art. It's about making an infrastructure in order to be together and to talk about what we need to do. So making tables, you can see there people making cups. We made aprons, we made all the infrastructure that we need to run an art school or a community centre, we made from scratch. And some of these projects became social enterprises, and they've sold a lot of ceramic work in different places around South Wales, which is really nice. So there's money coming back into the project and supporting that. So I just wanted to kind of go through that project and explain the complexities of that, and also how we're now at a stage of that community where we don't have that school anymore. We've created that piece of public green land and designed that, but the legacies of that work and the importance of those relationships are still live. And maybe that's moved into a kind of allyship or friendship. And it's through the kind of richness of the engagement work that we did, whether it was the taking part process, which is a toolkit for community design, or whether it was the Augusto Boal games and the dens we made and the cardboard boxes that were carried across the estate to create different spaces for kids to explore their environment. It was all about bringing these things together. And in a way, these things are all still really live. So I just wanted to kind of present a couple of projects really quickly there. And just to draw into conclusion where we are at the moment working with these projects. So we've developed a new company called Ways of Working, which is a social enterprise. And the idea behind the project is that it's rooted in local ideas and local communities. So the map you saw at the beginning of those 4 sites, 5 projects, the company is literally based in the center of that in a way. And the idea is that we're going to be imagining new ways of designing and realizing projects with communities. At the moment, we're trying to set up a seed library for local communities. And because one of the things we were doing during the shutdown, the lockdown, was sending out packs of seeds. So from Graft, we've been harvesting seeds from the garden there at the museum and sending these out to different people. We sent out over 500 packs of seeds during lockdown. So, and we could see that people who were selling compost and seeds were saying that we're having to restrict the amount that people can buy. So we're thinking, okay, so how can we get the museum and the project and the company to take that ownership and over these things? And how can we create a resource for these, for the next lockdown or the next challenges that we have to face as a society and a community? So one of these things is to develop a seed library. This is a new and developing collaborative platform, and it comes from this point of urgency, because what I'm experiencing a lot of the time is that I can't wait for the cultural sector to catch up or to respond to the things, or for local authority to respond to things, because it's too slow and it's too late. So how can we create a space where we can actually respond urgently, and how can we kind of create a radical collaborative platform that can do that and can move lightly? And that's a work in progress. We haven't worked that out yet. That's a work in progress. And also, how do we make a space to reconnect to the questions of working with power and the problems, the traditional participation models that can reinforce marginalization or co-opt narratives and culture of marginalized communities? How can we work in a way that questions and stops those processes and actually creates a space of equality and true long-term collaboration? So I'm going to finish probably a little bit early there, but I'm going to finish with a quote, if that's okay, Poppy. This is a quote by Arundhati Roy, which came up in an article during the COVID shutdown. And it's something, again, that I've used on the studio wall, but we've also discussed with the groups that we're working with remotely during lockdown. But the idea that this pandemic is a portal. So Roy says, historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine their world anew. This one is no different. It is a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our prejudice and hatred, our avarice, our data banks and dead ideas, our dead rivers and smoky skies behind us. Or we can walk through it lightly, with little luggage, ready to imagine another world and ready to fight for it. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Owen. That's a brilliant quote to finish on. Thank you. We've had a few questions coming in, but before we turn to the questions, I just want to obviously give you each a chance to respond to what the other has said. So, John, do you want to start with any kind of thoughts you've had during Alessandra's and Owen's talks?
Yeah, I think that what is, as Owen's just pointed to, one of the things that is really necessary is to begin to think of how we can create spaces where we can act urgently. And I've been thinking a lot during the talks of Alessandra and also Owen about that kind of traditional underscoring of artistic practices by the idea that an artist creates something that then an audience extracts an artistic surplus value from. And the idea that somebody, by a biennial, for example, might parachute into a community in another part of the world, work with them, create something that might be ongoing, but then the real point is to represent that in the art world, and that's where often the financial hit and extraction happens. And how we can collaboratively undermine that, not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but to say that is just one point on a broader rhizome of activities. And instead of enabling communities to use art in the same way that artists might use art to do the real stuff that goes in museums and galleries, how can we work together to to rethink how local uses of art as a tool for social and activist change is the real stuff. You know, and that links to, I think, what Alessandra was saying as well about one-to-one scale practice essentially being something that can happen in the real world and not just the museum and gallery space. How those intersections happen, how we sort them, how we begin to think through those and activate them, as I said earlier, is just one of the many questions that we want to try and approach with decentralizing political economies. But I think there's a shift going on now from seeing this kind of activity as potentially a good thing to do to saying now we need to step lightly through that portal by seeing how we can actually make this happen.
Yeah, Alessandra, do you have some any what we've talked about today?
Yeah, I just wanted to continue a little bit the reflection that John was saying, and what for me it's super interesting to see also, and I'm glad that Owen presented his amazing project, is that sometimes work like if you say that you work in the art in a certain kind of environment, you're not taken serious because you say, yeah, but it's it's just art, just like the weird people just do their stuff. And this is something that back in the days was really let's say make me questioning why I was working in the art at all, because I felt this kind of fire inside, but nobody was taking me seriously. But I think that after I met Tanya Bruguera, for instance, and after I met also my former colleagues at the Van Abbe Museum, I saw that you can really use the art context as a sort of alibi to do something else. Precisely because it's just art, you can really push your agenda. You can really activate this one-to-one scale practices, but also you can in transparency. So what also Owen was saying before, okay, we are artists, but you are working in the outside. We show our process because this works and can really change things. So what I think, and I'm glad that before, Poppy, you were saying, you were referring to the article by Tai Shani, which I also read, and finally, it was something in the, let's say, mainstream art press. I think it's super important that, or at least I don't want to talk for you, but for me, it's super important that I'm using my privilege as a person that is working in the academia, but also in the museum, to really make this point. Like, art can really be the place where we can change something, and collectively, not just because it's something that an artist said or a curator said, but because a group of people trust in art. So, yeah.
That's great. Owen, do you want to come back to that at all?
Yeah, I just was thinking when Alessandra was talking about the last slide that I should have shown, which was probably on too short, but the idea of the gentle work of the future. So what is the gentle work of the future? What is the spaces? What are the spaces? What do they look like? How are they authored? And I think, as he said, this is the critical time to do that, to move in different ways and to work with different partnerships. And it feels like a time of great urgency, maybe because I have small children as well. I'm very aware of the world that they will inherit, but also the idea of global, the connectivity between global inequality, global inequality that COVID has explained or shown. The cracks in the systems have been kind of really exposed now, so we can see the interconnectedness on a much wider scale for people. I think these are really critical times to do exactly that work. And I think, as you say, often I think, it's difficult sometimes working in South Wales, where there isn't such a European connection to, at the end of the M4 corridor, where this post-industrial part of South Wales, it's easy to feel a bit disconnected. But actually what's really important is to realize that the kind of, the importance of European connections, the importance of the connectivity between all these projects, and the common ground and the common language that's starting to emerge. And I feel like maybe these spaces and these times have really helped to raise that, the profile of these projects. And also just the idea of like how, often you can work, I can work here very locally and feel quite disconnected, but actually realize when you start to present this work to people that, the closeness of these projects and the fact that they are still there and they're changing things is really great to realize that, and to see that in a different context, to see how that's working hyper locally, and the importance more and more of this local work. I feel like that's really a critical idea to take forward.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn to the questions, because we've got quite a number of questions that are coming in that I think are quite rich, and will probably take up quite a bit of discussion, I imagine. So the first question is posed to John, but of course, if all of you are open to jumping into these answers as well. And John, can you say something about the links between one-to-one scale practice, activism, and engagement with community art?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I kind of was trying to address that in a little way before. I think there's a very complex relationship between an art world system and community art, and the idea that communities might also be able to do art, which is the privileged purview of maybe a different kind of class or a different kind of spectatorship. And what I think is actually necessary to begin thinking through in these kind of gentle authoring of new spaces is maybe how communities using art can actually generally and genuinely lead us to rethink what art is and what can be. Because it's still, for almost 2 centuries, art as we know it or knew it to be, has been kind of quite fixed. Whilst it's incredibly diverse, it could now be rumours on Twitter or a painting. There's some fundamental points of view that we see as making it art that we're all educated into. Some of them are still quite useful. That it might be time to reconsider and rethink, and we might need to let go of some of them. And we might. So for me, it's quite a complex question. The community's relationship to art is not how communities can use art as we know it to be, but how communities can begin to use art in a way that can show us what it can become, and how we can embrace that activity as change. And the final thing for me on that, which I'd like to say, is it's something that I've been thinking about for well over a decade within this community of people and groups who've been engaged with useful art, is we shouldn't limit ourselves when we say we're going to use art for social action and change to quite an identifiable set of tools that we see as art, and which are therefore somehow good and immune from the kind of the machinations of neoliberalism, because they've been quite successfully occupied. It's not the tools we pick up to use, but how we use the tools we pick up. And I think our whole understanding of art, which can be led by communities in the way that Owen and Alessandra have been talking, can really lead us to rethink how we can liberate art away from that kind of 2 centuries old kind of gold standard of what it should be, and enable art to kind of begin to flow more successfully across and through the streams of semio capital in a way that can really begin to disrupt it and not just symbolically represent it. So community is key, but maybe not in the way we think. We've got to trust that community to help us show how we walk through that portal lightly.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to another question for, this one's for Alessandra. Do you think the possibilities for hacking arts institutions for community use and struggle differ between the countries where you've worked?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with some of the countries where I work, but not, of course, all of them, but sure, for sure. I think that if I can, I mean, that's something that I learned over the course of the year, working mainly in gathering the case studies of for the archive, right? So we have a series of criteria, which are like rules that we give ourselves in order to identify what arte utile is. But then, of course, we don't want to do the same, mistake of just set the rules for everybody else. So these kind of rules help us in order to contextualize a little bit what is in the archive. But of course, these rules have to be adapted to different contexts, and for some contexts doesn't work. And I think the same as my practice in try to hacking the institution, or I am an observer in some countries where I'm not familiar with, because I also want to learn how other people are doing. So if we consider hacking as a sort of like practice for liberating knowledge from an economy of scarcity back into the community for people to use, of course, what I can do here in the Netherlands is very different from what I can do in my country, which is Italy, or like what we were trying to do in collaboration with the curators at SALT in Istanbul, because of course the consequences of our actions change in base of our context. But I think that, as Owen was saying before, like creating this network of sharing, first of all, friendship, perhaps, and solidarity, it's quite important, because there is also like you can claim that other people in the world are feeling the same and are doing the same things. So if there is, like how do you say, like somebody else that is doing that, it can be quite not only empowering, but it can really be important, because you feel that you are not alone, and you are not just let's say quote unquote fighting alone. So at least for me, this was something that it is super important where I'm trying to propose this idea of let's use art as a sort of alibi, or as a tool to change our condition. Of course, it's changing. It changes all the time, and also because I don't know how to do it everywhere. So it's fascinating, to be working in this kind of context, because it's always transforming and informing, like itself through the exchange with other artists, practitioners, activists, like non-trained contemporary art people, etc., etc.
Thank you. I'm going to move to a few questions to Owen, which sort of relate to this idea of working outside. And so the first one is, how do you reappropriate the commons from private property? Buy it, lease it, ask the local government or a land trust to buy it, ask for it to be donated, ? Do you work with the local government to use urban planning to maintain and expand the commons?
Okay, yeah, I think the commons has been a term that we've used a lot and we've heard a lot about in the last couple of years, but actually I think the true meaning of the commons and we're seriously disconnected from. So a lot of this work is an attempt to kind of bring that word back into usage, or back into a collective imagination, to reimagine a commons. So even though that those gardens are public spaces, or could be described in some ways as commons, technically they're not commons at all. They're owned by local authority or by National Museum. But what we're trying to do in the projects is to subvert the usage, and linking back to something that John was talking about, the idea that communities and communities are the ones that shape policy. You know, how can we, if we could get into a place where that is really deeply reconnected, if we could get to a place where actually we're using culture and community to shape the policies we have locally. And that's what's kind of happened in some of these things locally, in that some of these pieces of land which were earmarked for development, and the campaigns from the communities that we've worked with have kept them green. So they've changed those things locally in hyper-local way. So whilst they're still not commons technically, there is an element of kind of investing in something collectively. And I was thinking again recently about during lockdown, I don't know if people are fortunate to live next to a park like I am, but the importance of that park during lockdown has been huge. And in a way, what I've been trying to write about the last couple of weeks is reimagining these places as commons. What would happen if we kind of re-collectivized these park spaces and these green spaces, rewilded them, or looked at different ways of multi-usership, where actually, you know, we really take, so most of the time we take these places for granted. So I think, you know, we work a lot with local authority. We work a lot in kind of long, sometimes very long and painful dialogues with local authority and planners and people like that, who again have that impression that it's only art, so it doesn't really matter or whatever. And then slowly they see that actually the art thing that they thought was this soft lefty thing that was happening over there actually gradually gave people ownership over space. So it allows, you know, the process of these art projects allows things to take root. And that's what we're trying to do, really. And what was really nice about the Graph project was one of the ways that the community secretly started to plan to keep that space green was to plant apple trees. So they planted Welsh heritage apple trees out in the space, and suddenly, and they named it, they claimed it as an orchard. And I think there's something really nice about that kind of direct action, which comes from community, but comes back to that thing of how we met, how we make that space together through the artwork. So I hope that answers some of those questions about how we negotiate landscape and the idea, the poetic ideas of the commons, but also the idea of how we try to make, you know, one of the things I forgot to mention, for example, is that the gardens, the raised beds, the compost systems, the beekeeping that we do, all of these things are workshops or are curriculums in a way. So everything has been built with the same carpenter, and he teaches that work locally. He lives just down the road. His name is Avion. He's an incredible carpenter, and he works with the communities to teach them how to build those raised beds. We work with a local beekeeper who teaches young people from a pupil exclusion unit in a local comprehensive school to become our beekeepers. So there's 4 or 5 kids who come once a week to learn and look after our bees with us, and they're responsible for that thing. So it's about saying that these knowledge systems and these skills, they might seem, you know, I don't know anything about gardening or I don't know anything about carpentry, but through the project, we can make them open source technology. We can make them part of the commons in a way, and that's what we're trying to do in the projects.
Okay, and someone's asked, obviously within that, is there any resistance from the local community? Because obviously we can't assume that there's just a general consensus across the community. So I don't know if there's any, it's probably lots as there are in life, but is there any, you know, particular kind of instances or surprises that, you know, you've had to work through?
Yeah, there's always resistance, and there's always kind of what is this, you know, like calls of what is the use of this project, or why is it art, or can you explain them why? Usually it's about why is it art, why are you calling this art, or why do you need to call it art? And in a way that's the least important part of the identity of a project like that. But resistance generally is fairly low, because what we're doing is really gentle work. So it's really about offering a space, and of course there is resistance. I'm not trying to paint a utopian picture of what it's like to do this work. It's very frustrating at times, but also what we're trying to do is make a space where you respond to the community's needs, so that you are actually hoping to create something which is useful, or which is kind of calling into question what and how we live. So yeah, we kind of have that resistance often, but usually if the way around it is to kind of work with people in a kind of empowering way, to kind of hear voices, to make spaces through things like food or feasts or, you know, communal gatherings where you can actually hear those ideas and respond to those things. Like Skyline, for example, is a really interesting one because we explored so many different options for that landscape, and that's going into the next round of that project now. So we've one of the feasibility studies that came out of that is to look at small scale logging. So one of the things we're looking at is to say, how will that logging be done with local people using horses and going back to the landscape to do a traditional way of managing that landscape. So, you know, some people are resistant to that and some people want, you know, motorbike parks and things like that. But it's about compromise, and it's about saying that these things will have a kind of a democratic space which we can talk about them and we can develop them. But resistance happens all the time, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to rush through these. We've got quite a few questions coming in, which is really exciting, but I know we're running out of time. So I'm going to try and put a couple together. One was aimed at Owen again about how we stop this work being interpreted by soft capitalism. And then they reference the programme Manctopia, which I don't know if anyone else has been watching, which is the £1 million property development, look about the vast, very rapid urban development of Manchester. But in that, they put a yoga class in a new build apartment block to encourage a sense of community for potential buyers. And I guess tagging on to that question, so holding that there, how is this work being stop it being interpreted by soft capitalism? Is it exclusive to the museum, gallery, artists? A second question is also to Alessandra and John, which is how do we protect these projects from big money and associated big vanity, as art and museums are two of the most main conduits for funneling excess money. So I wonder if you can respond to those two questions. I don't know who wants to go first.
Yeah, I'll have a quick stab at that. Really quickly, how can you stop the appropriation of these projects by soft capitalism? You can't. How can you stop egos moving in to appropriate these kind of projects within museums and galleries under the present circumstances? You can't. What we can start to move towards is rethinking the how and why these similar tools are picked up, and the differences of how they might be used by communities working with Owen in Swansea, and how they might be used as yoga classes to try to form community in workshops. I think Alessandra touched on some really interesting things by the Association of Arte Utile with the ownership and commodification of art and collectors and big egos taking it. If we shift away from aesthetic value and its objectification in artworks that you can buy to the idea of usership and how we can activate artworks via the kind of contracts that Alessandra was talking about, then we can shift the ball game of usership, which makes it far more difficult for art with a capital A to be appropriated by the 1%. It can be liberated again as a tool for activism, which changes how we think about art.
Yeah, perhaps I can add a little thing about this idea of how, yeah, exactly. I agree with John completely, because if we think about usership, it means that it implies also misusership, no? So if you think about how social media have been used, like, who knows if Mark Zuckerberg was thinking that sometime like in 2016 the Russians have been like influencing the American elections, for instance. So of course, usership has a great potentiality in art, because it's really also changing this way of how capitalism works, but you cannot really control what people are doing. But perhaps it's also a question for Poppy, because she's the one working at the museum. So sorry about that. No, but just to be serious, yeah, it's difficult also to control how the institution approach the Arte Utile archive, for instance, because it's for free online. You can download the cards, you can do your own installation, etc., etc. But then, of course, if someone approaches us because wants to invite an artist to be part of an exhibition, of course, we are not the agency for the artist. Like, the institution needs to get in contact with the artist, pay the artist if they want to have a project, etc., etc., etc. But then again, I go back to what John was saying. You cannot really control usership.
Okay. Yeah, and I think, you know, that obviously has a lot to do with the context we're in at the moment, with the funding structures behind our institutions and the measurements that are the pressures that are placed on them on how to measure themselves. And the South Bank Centre, I think, is a great example, well, a very upsetting example of how that need to create different income streams through property and you know, turning its sort of estate into kind of cafes and restaurants, and then that being you know, the exhibitions in some ways being a driver for those commercial units, totally you know, restricts and shapes what kind of program you put in those galleries. That's a kind of very pertinent example at the moment, following Oliver Bastiano's article in The Spectator this week, which is another article I'd recommend you looking at. But finally, back on the just trying to get some questions in before we finish in a few minutes. I have another question that's about how do we, to all of you, how does your approach to Arte Utile and decentralising political economies engage with children and young people who have so much to teach adults and are often, especially during this pandemic, our most radical and creative educators for a reimagined, more socially just future? It's a nice question.
Well, maybe I could respond to that. I mean, one of the elements of the threads of work that we're doing at Graft is to work with a local primary school, and we've been doing that off and on over the last year, where a primary school relocated one year of the school into the museum. It's called A Year at the Museum, and the whole kind of all the education of that school took place at the National Waterfront Museum. And you know, one of the critical things that we get all the time, the conversations with children and young people in the garden, is that the disconnection from food production, the disconnection from, they don't know what a potato plant is, and these things. Some of them do, not everybody. But what's really interesting about that space is that we've literally had people take seeds and go off and develop gardens in their schools as a result of that project. So in terms of talking about it within the Arte Utile context, I think it's just about sometimes not even mentioning some of these words, and just talking about it from a perspective of common ground, and just exploring how, yeah, maybe you used to grow this stuff with your grandfather or whatever it was, what that connection is to you, and thinking about, well, how can we make a space where we'll say, well, you know, we could do that again. So sometimes it's about offering the space to have those conversations. But I think critically, it's completely, it would be a much bigger part of the projects now moving forward, with how do we engage with children around these projects is really critical. Mm-hmm. I'm going to keep it brief because I know I haven't got much left.
Yeah, yes, I'm on mute. Yeah, we've got a couple of minutes left. There's just a quick question that's come in about the role of vigilance, awareness, discernment via education and communication to see the signs of commercial appropriation from market forces. Is there a role for vigilance, awareness, discernment in these projects? Of course.
Yeah. I think one of the things that we might need to do as part of the shift is begin to move from an idea that art's about aesthetic value, and rethink how we might evaluate art and how we use it, and all of those questions, by thinking of its use value. and we've had 2 centuries in which use value has been detached from art. Art should be useless, and maybe we need to rethink it in terms of its use value, which is, as you know, Marx reminded us, was kind of bodily and qualitative, and that, you know, the whole thing of usership is a way of rethinking that, I think.
That's great. Okay, well, I know we better end that session there, because I know there's a bit of prep for the next session that's starting at 2 o'clock, which I hope everybody's able to continue to attend and be with us. Thank you so much to the 3 of you, John, Alexandra, and Owen. It was really brilliant, and there's lots of ideas and thoughts there, and especially questions that have come in to kind of have a sharp focus on some of the points that you become more familiar with. So thank you to everybody that's sent in questions, and thanks very much to the Colloquium team for inviting us to do this session. We've really enjoyed it, so thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 That have come in to kind of have a sharp focus on some of the points that you become more familiar with. So thank you to everybody that's sent in questions, and thanks very much to the Colloquium team for inviting us to do this session. We've really enjoyed it, so thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
That have come in to kind of have a sharp focus on some of the points that you become more familiar with. So thank you to everybody that's sent in questions, and thanks very much to the Colloquium team for inviting us to do this session. We've really enjoyed it, so thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 That have come in to kind of have a sharp focus on some of the points that you become more familiar with. So thank you to everybody that's sent in questions, and thanks very much to the Colloquium team for inviting us to do this session. We've really enjoyed it, so thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
people give me thumbs up if you can hear. Okay, great. I guess good afternoon for some of you, as it were. So we're really excited to get to take part in this colloquium and want to extend thanks to the folks in Manchester and the International Society for Ecological Economics and the Degrowth Support Group for including us kind of at the last minute. Meg's going to introduce who we are in just a moment. So on August 14th, a couple weeks ago, an uprising of art installations and happenings emerged in the Old North End neighborhood of Burlington, Vermont, where we are right now. And 2 days later, they all disappeared. Through these art pieces, community members and local organizations explored today's tensions and the paths toward desirable futures. Burlington residents here navigated the neighborhood on self-guided tours using a map of the paintings and sculptures and ephemeral performances and interactive creations that were set up. And this event was called Degrowth Fest 2020. Our neighbors took interest in degrowth. Degrowth Fest was an occasion for community education and reflection and imagination in a way that the event could not have been had it gone as originally planned before COVID. So today in our session, we're going to talk about Degrowth Fest some. So first, Meg over here on my right, left maybe, I don't know how that works. Meg's going to introduce who we are as a collective and us individually. I'm going to talk a little more about just what Degrowth Fest was. Then Bar, who's just past Meg over there, is going to walk us through the virtual gallery of Degrowth Fest, because now it exists on the internet. I'm going to talk a little bit about how degrowth as a concept resonated in our community through this community art festival. And then Christian, who's on the other side there, and we'll take turns sitting in this seat so you can hear and see us as we speak. Christian's going to talk about Degrowth Fest as art and how it fits into the world of art. And then at the end, Meg is going to lead us through a little activity. And then if there's time for more questions, then we can do more questions. I think we have an hour and 15 minutes. So without further ado.
Well, this is a fun way to do a panel discussion. Sorry if there's cars passing. We are currently sitting on my front porch so as to be somewhat safe COVID-wise. We also, just for the record, all had negative tests the other day. So we're feeling good. So degrowth for us is an idea and a movement that sparks both theory and action. I'm sure we're all familiar with this, for how people personally and as communities might shift focus away from economic growth and productivity to a world where we prioritize care, justice, well-being for all beings. We also think that degrowth challenges us to reimagine the futures we desire, which we'll get more to later, since that was kind of the general theme of Degrowth Fest. Degrow BTV is us, plus a few other local folks here. So Lauren Greco, Marina Rubio, and Emma Schoenberg. A lot of hard last names for you today. So we're a collective of local activists, artists, and academics all here in Burlington, Vermont, United States. And we consider ourselves a local piece of the global degrowth movement, as well as kind of the local chapter of Degrow US, which is the bigger, smaller degrow organization in the United States. So we also consider ourselves a movement among movements, which also led a lot into the way we organize Degrowth Fest. So we are a small piece of a mosaic of diverse and overlapping communities, as well as in our community that contain multiple struggles and differing strategies, but that all share in common a dissatisfaction with the status quo and a desire for social transformation. So with this, our mission as Degrow BTV is to weave webs of support and allyship challenge narratives that reinforce systems of oppression, and recenter our well-being away from economic growth and the market economy. So I'm just going to share my screen here. Uh-oh. Maybe we should have tested this. I don't know. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. I thought we were going to have a little hiccup there for a second. And then, what's that? All right. Can somebody give me a thumbs up that they can see this screen? Yay. All right. So just a little history. So Degrowth Fest was supposed to be a festival. It was conceived of at this gathering, which was a Degrow US gathering in Chicago of 2018. So we all got together. We thought, this is great. It was kind of an unconference. We learned a lot and got to know each other. Let's have something bigger where we can invite other communities and other people to introduce them to the idea of degrowth in kind of an environment that has like festivity and conviviality and all the things that we love and enjoy together. So that led to us, Degrow BTV, which is the group that organized the event, making this plan to host a few hundred people for a weekend of music, talks, arts, campfires, workshops, disobedience, and conviviality here in Burlington, Vermont. We expected that folks already interested in degrowth, plus some kind of degrowth curious locals would show up and share ideas and good times. We had a lot of plans around the organizing, so we wanted to do a non-hierarchical organizing structure. We had different mechanisms to do this. We used Fist to 5 in the advice process. We did a lot of check-ins, built a lot of trust between our organizing group, talked about how we were going to onboard different group. Like, it was going to be bigger than any of us would have been able to handle, I'm sure. We talked a lot about pluralistic budgeting, so we didn't want to privilege monetary contributions. We wanted to invite people from the community to contribute in non-monetary ways, and we wanted to recognize that. At the same time, we were also writing a lot of grants. We had a lot of movement. There was balls rolling. Then, of course, as we're all familiar with, COVID happened. So we kind of sat back for a while being like, do we cancel? Do we not cancel? We're not really sure. We didn't cancel, even though all the other events around us started canceling, but we had to reconceptualize what we were doing. So we kind of stopped preparations for a while and waited maybe a little bit too long to start them up again. But we did, and we did it in a different way. So this is a picture of us sitting in Sam's backyard. We're folding zines. We're trying to figure out how to make this a socially distant event that can include a lot of people in our neighborhood, but not necessarily people from outside of Burlington. So our big festival with music and dancing and cuddling with our loved ones turned into what Degrowth Fest is now, which was great. We got the ball rolling again. We were featured in the 7 Days, which is our local newspaper. We started getting materials, which started to feel more real that we were actually doing something. I'll also mention we did get a grant from the New England Grassroots Environment Fund and the Leadership for the Ecozoic Project. So monetary wise, we thank them. That's how we bought that plywood. We're going to stop the screen share for a second here. All right, I'm going to pass it back to Sam.
So the community-centered Degrowth Fest that we ended up with was a call to people in our own neighborhood in Burlington, people and organizations to contribute art pieces to this neighborhood festival, where there was just art installations and happenings around the neighborhood. So we distributed these 2 by 2 foot white plywood squares that you'll see some of the finished products that they turned into later on. So there are these 2 by 2 foot squares of plywood that we painted white. We distributed them to interested people and organizations who could make art on this canvas and beyond it. The canvas wasn't to limit the art, it was just something that everybody could have. And we had 3 prompts, and I guess I have to go back to screen sharing so I can show you the prompts that folks could think about. Should I do desktop or Safari?
You do the green one. Then you click the little blue button on the bottom right.
So our 3 prompts were: what has been revealed, what will be brought forward, and what will be left behind. And in response to these prompts, what folks created was astounding. We made the prompts super open-ended, and they were partly inspired by a blog post by the French philosopher and science and technology scientist, Bruno Latour. And his blog post was basically like, a lot of things have changed during COVID. Many things that we normally do have stopped, and many things that we've never done before, like wearing masks and social distance protocols and working from home, lots of new things have started. And what Bruno Latour asked was, of all these things that have stopped, what do we want to not restart? You know, like what parts of the economy that have shut down do we want to not restart, for example? And of all these new things that we're doing now during the time of coronavirus, what are the things we want to continue, even when the pandemic changes or the pandemic ends and conditions change? And so from those prompts that Bruno Latour put forward, we kind of extended it to not just the coronavirus, but all the different crises that are intersecting, both acute ones like the pandemic, like anti-Black police violence here in the United States, and some of the longer crises like the extinction of species or climate change and inequality. And so we asked people, what has been revealed? What would we like to bring forward to the future? What will be left behind when we imagine desirable futures? How will that loss affect us? And so what the folks in our community, many individuals reached out to us and wanted to participate who we hadn't even invited. And what they created was really cool. I'll show a few right now before Bar walks us through the virtual gallery. So Emily Reynolds of the Burlington Tenants Union, a new group that's organizing the many, many renters here in Burlington to have some collective power against landlords, made this amazing piece called "Everyone Needs a Home and No One Needs a Landlord." Self-evidently true statement. Jess Morrison of the Vermont Workers Center was one of several artists that we were able to offer an honorarium to create something extra special, pay some money for somebody's art so they can put more into it. And she made this from a wood block print, like basically carved a piece of wood to stamp on to the canvas. So in principle, could make more of these. And this piece is called "You Only Get What You're Organized to Take." And I'll leave it up there for a minute because it's absolutely beautiful. So these were the pieces of art that were scattered around the neighborhood for a few days that people were walking around to look at. And on her home's porch, local musician Katie Hellman strung up these driftwood marionettes that she had created called the Dancers and accompanied them with a poem. Black Lives Matter of Greater Burlington and BTV Cop Watch, which is a group that films the police to hold them accountable, collaborated on an interactive art making and information table to raise awareness about their campaign, Think Twice Before You Call the Police. So they had a bunch of informational literature about that campaign, some of our Degrowth Fest maps, so people who stopped by this randomly could then start on their own Degrowth Fest tour, and a bunch of materials to spray paint pieces of cardboard like the ones you see in the corner with information and slogans about their Think Twice Before You Call the Police campaign. They had stencils and stuff. So people who came by this table got to talk about thinking twice before calling the police in our community. Others set up public comment boxes and painted utopian landscapes, quoted transformational books, and fashioned 3D art from found materials, and told fantastical stories to tiny audiences. And you can see all the contributions in the virtual gallery. And now I'm gonna hand it over to Bar, who's gonna walk us through a part of that virtual gallery virtually.
So hello, everybody. So I'm Bar, and we are just getting the right virtual gallery link up to screen share for you. And let's see. Great. Yeah, we can start here. Great. Share screen. Share screen. This one. Share. Great. Okay. So hopefully, can somebody give me a thumbs up if you can see the degrowth virtual graph? Awesome, great. Thanks. Thanks to Sam for sharing some of those pieces, giving you a taste of what our virtual gallery is going to look like. And but before we dive into that, as Meg had mentioned in our planning process, we really, throughout the whole event, there was so much discussion that we all had about how to embody degrowth within our planning of degrowth festival. And two things that, stick out for me that carried through even when we were planning a big festival, we were talking about like, how do we build composting toilets? And, when we were thinking about this as an in-person event, trying to embody principles of degrowth within it. And then even as we transitioned to the shape that the festival took, we still really carried that, I think, really deeply with us as, how do we embody degrowth within it? And really the two things that stand out for me that I want to highlight as I show you all the virtual gallery is this idea of really being local and community focused in a way that connected community members and got everybody sort of around in our neighborhood, sort of participating and having conversations. Hold on one moment. I hope they're going to go quickly. It's a very loud truck. Can everybody hear me okay? Is it okay? All right, well, hopefully that truck has passed. So great. So community focus was like this big piece, and then also accessibility and thinking particularly about accessibility within sort of pandemic and COVID related world as well. So what this brings me to is for our event, as Sam and Meg both mentioned, we had these pieces of art contributed by community members scattered around the neighborhood in ways and provided a map, which I will, can you see me as well as the screen share? Can you guys see the map that I'm about to show you? So this was our in-person map, and everybody who was walking around the event, we had these maps set up. We're able to take a map, and on the side were the names of each of the pieces. The map showed where all of the locations were. So people were able to do this self-guided tour. Usually, we saw lots of people biking around to each of the pieces or walking around to certain parts of it around the neighborhood, using the map to guide them and find all these pieces. But also at the same time, not only were they finding these pieces, but they were also walking around, the neighborhood and seeing the different houses that these pieces were in front of and the different locations in the neighborhood, and having, conversations around with neighbors and other people that were there. So that was sort of where that sort of hyper-local community focus really shone, I think, in what we were doing. And then additionally, the sort of accessibility piece and bringing us to the virtual gallery is this idea that we wanted that hyper-local community feel of, these pieces scattered around the neighborhood, but we also wanted a way for people to be able to experience this
if they weren't comfortable or weren't able to be outside in this neighborhood in particular, either people from farther away who had been interested in the event but couldn't travel here, or people that were here and just weren't able to or didn't want to walk around the neighborhood. So this brings us to our virtual gallery. And the other piece of this, which sort of emerged as we were working on it, is that also, while this was a wonderful way to showcase the pieces that we have, it also allowed us to extend the opportunity for other people in other locations or other people even in Burlington to continue to contribute pieces in response to these prompts. And so that's what I'm going to show you here on this website. So as I walk you through this. So here's our Degrowth Virtual Gallery page. First, we have all of the pieces in sort of just thumbnail versions, close-ups of all of the pieces that that community members contributed. So I'm just sort of scrolling through so you can get a little taste of all of them all together because they're quite lovely. And so please do come to our website. And this is just a Degrowth US website, has the virtual gallery link. And then here's this button right here that says contribute. So we're going to talk a little bit more about this at the end, but this is a way that anybody can continue to contribute pieces to this event, and we can continue to add them to our gallery. So that's, yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that more at the end as well. So our virtual gallery, though, like I said, we wanted to not only showcase these pieces, but also have more of a feel of the event as we could, so that people could feel like they were really participating. So if we click here to walk around our virtual gallery, and hopefully this goes easily. So our virtual gallery, what has been revealed, what has been brought, what will be brought forward, and what will be left behind are the prompts sort of at the top. And so this is a story map that you'll see on the left here. Hopefully you can see on my screen is the map of the neighborhood. And then as you scroll down, it moves around the map and shows at each location what pieces were installed, and specifically sort of installed in context. So you can get more of that sort of community feel. So for example, this here was the mutual aid squares for pieces of art that were installed by Food Not Cops. So community members that feed and share food with each other every day at 1 p.m. at the Marketplace garage. So this is a parking garage where community members go and Food Not Cops in particular feed people along with Food Not Bombs every day. And they've been doing this since the start of the pandemic. And so they created this piece to think about that. And in terms of the virtual gallery, so we have this piece in context, but then you can click through and actually see each of the pieces more close up. So we have each of these mutual aid squares that hopefully you can see closer. And then back to sort of the context. And then as you continue to scroll around the map, you can see, for example, the next piece, free meals and zucchinis all weekend as a part of Food Not Bombs. I'm just gonna go, we don't of course have time to go through all of it. I hope that you all check out the virtual gallery on your own time and are able to explore that really deeply, but I'm gonna highlight a couple as I walk you through the whole sort of space. So you can imagine even the way that we've had the numbers set is the way that we had it on the map. So you can imagine biking through the streets and seeing these different pieces in context. So, you know, we continue on, we go up a little bit north for a couple of different pieces that were installed, Farms in the Future, Everyone Needs a Home, No One Needs a Landlord, which Sam had mentioned, by the Burlington Tenants Union, and Degrow US. And as a part of the virtual gallery on the left, as I'm scrolling, we had each of the contributors were able to provide an artist statement or a bio sort of explaining their piece or saying a little bit about how they were you know, their process or why they chose to do the piece that they did. So you can, of course, read them along the left as we go. But again, I'm just going to highlight a couple. And in particular, think about, so this was a piece by a community member, artist who created these giant paintings. So again, you know, Sam had mentioned that we gave everybody a 2x2 piece of plywood, but of course, some people decided to, you know, take it and do other things with that as well. So this is one community member who had their own giant canvases and installed those on a local's porch. And I guess I also want to highlight here, for example, this was an artist who, because not all of the pieces we had weren't always, you know, they were contributed by community members, but we focused them in the Old North End neighborhood in Burlington. And so that meant that some artists were able to put their pieces outside of their own homes, whereas other artists simply had the pieces, and then we were finding locations for those pieces, which created a really wonderful sort of communication and involvement with even, you know, people that had just the places or the locations. For example, this individual had a porch that was covered from rain, and so we were looking for where can we put these giant canvases, and another community member stepped up and was like, oh, I could display the canvases on my porch. So it created, and then they worked with the artist to help install these canvases, and we're able to sort of, so showcasing both the canvases, but also that sort of like, you know, community working together process of showcasing them together. Okay, the dancers was a piece that Sam already talked about, but again, just highlighting this idea that not all of them were on plywood, but some were sort of more creatively displayed as, for example, these driftwood angels. And at this point, we're going to jump ahead. So on the map, not only can you scroll through and kind of get that walkthrough feel, but you can also click on any particular number and see what was there. So if we click on, I think up in the corner, number 9, these were 2 of the pieces that were done by, for example, or done by graduate students. And so just to highlight that, you know, we had community members participate, artists and local musicians, and also graduate students from the University of Vermont. So really a pretty wide breadth of people. And in fact, if we scroll up even farther, and so hopefully you can all see the map on the top left of my screen. So if we click, you know, of course we can go through and scroll and sort of drive through each of these pieces, but again, in the interest of time, I'm just going to highlight, if we click on, for example, number 20. So we had not only, I don't know how to click on your computer. Okay, there you go. So one of the pieces that we had was called Perspectives from Riverside Apartment Community Youth. And this was a piece that, or a piece that is a compilation of, I don't even know, 20 different pieces made by kids aged 3 to 10 from the Recreation and Nutrition Program, Burlington Parks and Rec and Waterfront community group. So this was a recreation program, kids aged 3 to 10, and we were able, as a part of Degrow BTV, we sent 2 of us to go and talk to these kids about the prompts and then help them create these canvases on their own, and then display them outside their apartment. And what was really wonderful was that a lot of the times as people were biking by or walking by and seeing these pieces, a lot of the kids would run out and discuss, you know, with whoever was there, like which piece was theirs and which ones they had done and who, you know, which one their sister had done. And they were really engaged in, just as people were stopping by, they would come out and want to talk about their pieces, which was really lovely. And just as my last minute here, I'm going to highlight another kind of piece of this, which I already brought up a little bit, but this idea that not only were the pieces themselves, you know, the artwork that people contributed, not only were those sort of what we were displaying, but as we were, putting these pieces up in the variety of locations that they were, it was also apparent that sometimes the place that they were in was also a part of the piece itself. So for example, the next one here was called Quite Good Vibes. And the artist statement, it's a tomato town, which was actually, so not only was the piece, which you can see in the background, part of this, but also this tomato planted garden that was planted on the sidewalk in Burlington as a sort of a free for all tomato. So anybody in the community could take care of these tomato plants and harvest from them. So for example, this is another way that people who were biking around got to see these other pieces of the neighborhood and other things that were happening, not just the art pieces themselves, but also were able to see, for example, this tomato town, or right after that, as we go higher here, we had another one that was a Food Not Lawns garden that was a little bit, a couple blocks away, was another pretty large community garden that was really planted and made available for the community. And so this is another thing that people now are able to stop at and see, that there's this community garden that is for everybody, from Food Not Lawns. Okay, and so the last one that I wanted to mention before wrapping up was, if I go quickly, scroll through, was simply, very close here. All right, was this one, which was Consider Not Consuming, which is was a piece by a contributor about sort of making choices and consuming, and how can we reconsider purchasing, etc. But what we were able to do with this one was pair it. So not only did we have these pieces, but we did have a couple of events, sort of socially distant events, that were able to be linked into Degrowth Fest as well. So this piece was able to be put outside of a repair cafe that happened to be happening at the same on the same weekend, and we sort of partnered with them to showcase the repair cafe that was happening, and put this piece about considering not consuming, but instead repairing there. And so, and then this artist in particular was able to then actually work and volunteer a little bit at the repair cafe as that was happening. So just another like little example of, as people were walking through these neighborhoods, finding these pieces, they could also participate in these events. For example, the repair cafe that was happening, and we had others like storytelling events as well. And I think I am over time, so I'm going to stop with the virtual gallery walkthrough, but hopefully, what?
Continue sharing screen.
Continue, okay. I'm going to leave the screen sharing, and Sam's gonna jump in about how degrowth resonated with our communities, but do please visit the virtual gallery on your own time as well.
Yeah, all the different ones, the art pieces that Bar showed have like close-up views of the canvas, for example, and other sort of like in context pictures. So it's really worth checking out. Yeah, and contributing to as well. Meg, you're out of it. There you are. So, but as Meg was saying in the beginning, before the coronavirus broke out, we had already intended to engage our own neighborhood in Degrowth Fest. But the fact that the pandemic forced us to make an event to which we invited only our local community and not folks from outside who were interested in degrowth already was a really beautiful accident, because our event sparked conversations about our collective future and about degrowth. And many artists' contributions engaged with degrowth, even though the prompts we'd given them didn't mention the term. The prompts were, what has been revealed, what will we bring forward, nothing about degrowth itself. But because it was called Degrowth Fest, because we had some education about degrowth, some of the artists were engaging with the concept. So on his canvas, a local resilience advocate named Jan Schultz simply pasted a Stan Cox quote from Stan Cox's most recent book about the Green New Deal. And it was a quote that addressed degrowth. And there's one line in that quote in particular Whether we set off on the journey calling for the end of growth or the end of capitalism, we're checking our bags to the same final destination, preferably on a train. My housemate Becky Miller, as Bar was showing in context, created this pyramid of actions to reconsider consumption, from doing without to using what you have to borrowing, making, buying secondhand or repairable products. Another contribution from the artist Kim Marie Glynn and Jess Rubin of Myco-Evolve framed this adorable ecological scene with a sun at the top that you can see that's inscribed, "Degrow human footprint, create space for other kin." So people were curious about degrowth and, oops, let me go backward or just stop sharing. People were curious about degrowth, and festival goers stopped at our degrowth info booth that we set up. Oh, I wish you had a picture of that. To talk to one of us, a Degrowth Fest organizer, or grab a copy of our cute little zine that we made back in the Chicago gathering. What is degrowth? That has all these little pictures of snails in it that I can show you. Our houseless friend Leslie took interest and went on this like guerrilla flyering mission with a short statement she had written about the economics of degrowth. Our comrades at Black Lives Matter and Copwatch told us that they had, at their table, they talked with each other and passersby about degrowth all day, about degrowth's resonance with defunding the police, about the concept's relationship with racial justice and what degrowth might mean for our neighborhood. Different attendees interpreted degrowth differently, and for some locals, rejecting growth as a primary goal for the city of Burlington could release us from the rule of developers and business leaders and their allies in municipal government, which could open creative space for transformation toward justice and sustainability. For ecologists, so Meg's showing some of our, we had a lot of fun signage around the neighborhood and around our degrowth info booth, for example. For ecologists, degrowth meant challenging the idea that humans, and rich white men in particular, get to be the rulers of the land we share with all life. Younger activist conceptions of degrowth often involved reviving traditional practices and simple technologies of this region's indigenous peoples and its settler homesteaders, complicatedly, combining old wisdom and new thinking. And these diverse intuitions that people held already about degrowth mirror the plural understandings of degrowth in the academic literature. Think about degrowth as a critique to development from the Francophone literature, or the Barcelona School's anti-capitalist degrowth, or Eileen Chris' reversal of human expansionism, the literature on voluntary simplicity from, for example, Samuel Alexander, or Ivan Illich's Tools for Conviviality, just to name a few parallels. So people's intuitions they already held about degrowth, really, without having been taught anything about degrowth, really coincided with what has been written by, nerds like us about it. But the remarkable result of Degrowth Fest for me in terms of degrowth is that degrowth resonated with many people in our community. So I'm thrilled, but not really actually that surprised that so many friends and neighbors were keen on this movement and the idea that's so dear to me and us. Others might disbelieve that ordinary people are into degrowth. Very serious online intellectuals who dislike degrowth tend to criticize the concept not because they don't get it, but because they think that the less educated masses won't. That's what they say, at least. So you can think of like people, economists or more establishment environmentalists who write about degrowth saying people won't get it. Yet it turns out that many folks think degrowth makes sense. We're probably not enough people to win an election, but plenty for a movement. And as a movement among movements, we can be powerful collectively. So the progressive academics and journalists who say that people or others will not go for degrowth should turn their reflections inward, because it is they who are averse to degrowth. Rather than projecting that rejection onto an abstract common person, they should own it and explain what they dislike about degrowth. And to be fair, some economists who write about degrowth will do that. We'll say, I don't like degrowth because of this, and talk about economics. But there's a lot of others who say people will be afraid of degrowth. And what's more, these thought leaders who influence people's opinions by definition, when they say that degrowth will be unpopular, that can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. On the other hand, when we invited the public to participate in something called Degrowth Fest, but didn't tell people what to think about degrowth, we found that the concept was enticing. It elicited curiosity. Imagine what would be possible if the media and public intellectuals presented degrowth even neutrally instead of degrading it and assuming that it evokes fear. And I think that we degrowthers sometimes get swayed by this idea that degrowth is scary to people. We rush to explain it and to clarify what it really means, afraid that our audience will be afraid by the word degrowth, that they will think we mean recession or enforced poverty or going back to the caves. Degrowth Fest provided some evidence that many people do not need experts to tell them what degrowth is or is not. Conversations with friends and strangers revealed that the uninitiated often have a good sense of what degrowth might mean. So of course we're working with a biased sample, a self-selected group whose ears perked up when they heard degrowth spoken. But if we're trying to spark a movement, then it's good strategy to focus our attention on the people for whom our cause already resonates. So inviting interested people and potential allies to define degrowth for themselves welcomes them to our group. It starts the conversation and sometimes even generates novel ideas. That was the first activity we did in 2018 at the Degrowth Gathering in Chicago, which was the first event put on by Degrowth US. Everyone wrote what degrowth is to them on a sticky note before we talked about it at all. And I still have those sticky notes, degrowth definitions, and they're beautiful and plural. And I get that we want to differentiate our emancipatory degrowth vision from others that might involve limiting immigration or authoritarian measures. I get that we do need to, at some point, clarify what degrowth is to our movement. In yesterday's reflection session, there was frustration expressed that certain participants in this colloquium were misunderstanding degrowth, according to the folks who say that it was being misunderstood. And that's still here at this colloquium in 2020. But my point is that maybe we should listen first and trust that there'll be a chance to speak. I'm really feeling what Susan Paulson said yesterday. I wish we could all be together in a bar all night long, because that would be nice. And I'm really distracted. These are strange and kind of painful times to be putting on academic events like this. Degrowth Fest was our way of cultivating a slower and careful and COVID-safe conversation in our community. In the colloquium yesterday, Vincent Leger spoke about how the younger generation of ecological economists is bringing into practice the theory of the previous generation, and I'm proud that with Degrowth Fest we're being part of that. So before I pass it over to Christian to place our project into the art world, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that an intellectual giant left us 2 days ago. Resume share. David Graeber, who I've learned so much from, and I think we all have. Why isn't this working?
You should click.
No, you should click on. Click on the screen.
And I ran into this quote from David as I was mourning his loss. The principle of direct action is the defiant insistence on acting as if one is already free. And I feel like with Degrowth Fest, we tried to make it a direct action. We didn't ask the city for permission to put up art everywhere or any authorities. We asked the neighborhood. We asked people, can we put art in front of your houses? If so, let us know. Or would you like to put art in front of your own house? We can provide you materials. Walking around the neighborhood on a scavenger hunt for Degrowth Fest installations, I noticed all sorts of art that I hadn't before. On streets I'd walked dozens, if not hundreds of times. So I think to pass on to Christian to start thinking about Degrowth Fest as art, I think Degrowth Fest turned the whole neighborhood into art, which in a way that it already was and we just weren't seeing, which I thought was really cool. So anyway, Christian's gonna talk now about theory and art embodied in Degrowth Fest.
Hi everybody, I'm Christian. So this is actually that was a good introduction, Sam, to what I'm planning on talking about, which is just, I find this interesting, just like a quick overview of some of the art history context for this event and how it kind of fits in with some stuff that's happened over the last 100 years. And I think that idea of art as direct action, as part of broader political projects and imagining society has a lot of there's a lot of examples of that over the past 100 years, especially in this framework of thinking about art as this largely art market within capitalism, and a lot of these movements that I'll talk about in pieces that are ways to imagine art outside of that context. and sort of out from like this sort of like intense studio practice producing objects for sale to these like broader community open-ended experiencing imagining projects. So one of the long like overarching themes of the things that I'll be talking about is, and this is a quote from a book by Claire Bishop called Artificial Hells about participatory art. And one of the more important phrases and ideas that we're thinking about with this project and others is this idea that the medium is the message, and the idea that there's both the physical objects, but then there's the broader context of that they take place within, and that sort of there's two things. There's the canvases and the pieces that people made, but then there's also this sort of collective imagining process, and also the way that people experience the project that Sam mentioned, going around to people's houses and like experiencing the neighborhood in a new way. So this is a similar but very different project. So this happened, there was a lot right after the Russian Revolution, before 1922, there was a lot of community art things that happened in Russia. And so Hooter symphonies were one of those, and those happened a few times. And the idea was that people would stand on rooftops. You can see in this picture on the left, a person standing on a roof, would try to conduct the factories and boats and like train whistles to like play music using the whole city. And so this was an experiment that happened a few times. This was obviously focused on sort of the like celebrating the like productivity that would come about in communist Russia, but still part of this idea of like imagining a future. This project, Hapsock, was pretty interesting. So the name kind of has these like different interpretations, either happy society, happy socialism, happening society, happening socialism. And this was in the context of the idea of an art happening, which is different from a performance, but is sort of more like the idea of sort of interweaving performance and everyday life, and kind of a sort of a blurring of the line between those two ideas. And so essentially a few people, like hundreds of thousands of people, were sent this invitation, sort of stating that the whole city of Bratislava was going to be art for this week in 1965. And so there were a bunch of different things that happened. And a lot of this was about perspective shifting people's perspectives, so that everything you saw in the city was considered art for this week, basically, was this project. This project, which I really love, is called Appearance. And so this was in Russia as well, I forget where, in 1976. So this invited people to go to a field, take a train out of the city and go to a field, and then wait for the event to happen. And then some people approached them. A couple organizers walked from far away across the field and approached the participants and gave them a certificate for having come to the performance. And then later explained that what happened was not that the participants went to see something, but the participants were the thing that happened. And that the waiting and that the going was the main event. And so this idea was that like the experience of the event was what the participants experienced. And so I thought this was an interesting reframing of things and related to our project in some ways. Also in like recent history, so a couple years ago in Burlington as well, a group of folks put together this event called Feverish World, which also provided artists a standard frame and prompts to respond to that frame. And so this was both local artists and national and international artists were invited to do art. And so this was sort of about the divide between arts and sciences and bringing those together and thinking about how to move forward in this context, specifically climate crisis. And then now we're experiencing sort of a series of overlaid, interwoven crises as well. So this is some interior pieces from that and some exterior pieces outdoors. So this was up at the University of Vermont. One thing that comes about when we're thinking about Degrowth Fest and also sort of larger participatory art projects and political projects, this idea of the ladder of participation, where there's sort of this like idea of like how we delegate political power and like citizen control for putting things like doing community projects. And so from like non-participation where you're just like manipulating people to get what you want, or like how so people don't have much political power, to like sort of some stuff where you're letting people know what's happening, to like true citizen control where there's no like hierarchy necessarily. But what we're doing here is kind of like not really within this ladder. And I think this is where the power of having an arts festival and the arts in the thinking about this is that you're less about kind of a what's the right word, like no, like where you no, where you're trying to get something done and it's like you're very pragmatic. So we're not, it's less about like a pragmatic political strategy of like going from point A to point B, but about using the arts to sort of explore this and also be related to this concept of tension and all these things that are a part of these projects. So it's a little, I think, allows more ideas to come forward than maybe necessarily like a straightforward political process. Yeah, so a little bit more here is that a lot of democratic processes we sort of the positions are set and then people can like can fill those positions. But that this idea of the arts as being an unpredictable subject, which occupies the street and creates their own positions for participation rather than taking the positions that are provided by the dominant order. So like in Burlington, there's some community boards and citizens can be on them, but those positions are still provided by those in power. Whereas something like this allows people to just do their own participatory art as part of this sort of uncertainty and more flexibility and openness in those processes. And so this brings us back to sort of this idea of what the art of Degrowth Fest was. And this idea is, well, part of it was the individual pieces that people put in front of their houses. And part of it was also the way that the event changed relationships in neighborhood and how people experience the work by biking around to look at art around the neighborhood. And so part of the art is the product, but a lot of it is also the process. The authorship is also like, is the authorship us, like the people who organize this, or the people who made the individual pieces? And so that I think is there's sort of degrees of interpretation there on like what the like how things were co-created, which I think is important to be thinking about. So I think that's yeah.
Okay, so I think we have about 15 minutes left. So what we're going to do with that time is an activity together for those of you who are still with us, and then we'll open it up for some questions. So this activity's only going to be about 5 minutes, so you don't have a lot of time. Going to give you a second to read the prompts. Pick one that resonates with you. You probably won't have time to pick them all. So pick one that resonates with you and just write a couple sentences in the chat as a response. And then what we'll have in the chat, hopefully, is a collection of response from all of you. And then maybe continue thinking about those after and contribute to our gallery. It would be nice to have more international involvement or more folks from around here, whatever. And while this is happening, we're gonna play a video, which was one of the contributions to Degrowth Fest. So it's a local band, Marxist Jargon, which some of us might be in. And the video was paired with a free lemonade stand out front of a house. So folks could come, get a clean glass, help themselves to lemonade, have a little refreshment, and journey along their way to the rest of the festival. So with that, you have until this video is over to add your thoughts to the chat box. Okay, we'll give you 30 more seconds to add to the chat. Maybe the video was a little distracting, I don't know. And then, how much time do we have? I'm sure we have a few minutes for questions. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, oh, we have 10 minutes for questions. So if that's all we've got for you. If anyone has any questions about the organizing, the theory, whichever, launch them our way, and all four of us are here to answer.
Okay.
Look like we have any questions.
There's none.
Oh, maybe it's responsive to it.
No, it's still responses.
I hope the sound and video quality was okay as we shared. But if not, you can find that video in the virtual gallery. question.
So yeah.
How many people are in the group? How much population? So in Degrow BTV, there's, as a collective, we are 6?
7.
We are 7 people. As far as population, the population of Burlington
42,000.
is 42,000.
With or without undergrad?
So it's a small city. This was also organized before the undergraduates mostly came back, so that makes our population a lot smaller.
30,000.
Yeah, maybe 30,000. So it's a pretty small city, but big enough to have a lot of diversity in.
Yeah, we are the 4 academics among the 7-person Degrow US or Degrow BTV organizing committee. The 3 others, well, some of them have gone to school recently as well, but would have a lot of other cool things to say.
Oh, here's one. Did you manage to involve older people too, and how did you collect people's reactions? So we did. We tried our best, and I'm sure we've all learned a lot about reaching out to other communities through this, but we did try to reach out to other communities and had a lot of success doing it. So a couple of us dropped off canvases at the local senior center here.
And presented there.
Yeah, and presented the project. And they created canvases for us and were pretty enthusiastic and brought in like pictures and did some collaging on the canvas that we gave. And then we actually displayed that outside of the Old North End Community Center, which houses the Champlain Senior Center. We reached out to other old folks' homes and senior centers as well. They're just the only ones that participated.
Yeah, I'd say, as you can imagine, the pandemic made it really challenging to include senior citizens and elderly folks because so many of them are isolating in their homes. But then when Degrowth Fest actually happened, we saw a lot of like elderly residents walking around with maps, checking stuff out. So that was encouraging.
Okay, there's another question here. Besides Black Lives Matter, what other diverse organizations did we partner with?
Migrant justice.
They dropped out.
I think they're contributing still for Art Hop. So another thing, we had a pretty diverse group of organizations that we were working with. A lot weren't able to contribute with our timeline. So because of the way COVID happened, and kind of maybe as a group, this like slight reluctance to reconfigure the event with such uncertainty and how things were unfolding, our timeline to ask participation was only a month. So we gave people a month to create art, which for organizations that already have really full bandwidths, I don't think it was enough time. So we offered honorariums as well to artists and for these organizations that maybe wouldn't necessarily be able to participate. But what we found out is also trying to throw money at it doesn't actually work. So we gave the option to pair with an artist. Anyway, we thought about this in our timelines and it didn't necessarily work out in all ways, but we were able to have a lot of great conversations with a lot of different organizations. I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that.
Yeah, I think that's a lesson learned really, is just that like, you know, they say that urgency is part of white supremacy culture. And when we like try to reconfigure this festival and make it all happen in the last 3 weeks, it definitely limited who was able to participate. There's one organization in particular called the Black Perspective that's been organizing protests every week in Burlington, and now an ongoing one for the last week and a half that's been 24 hours a day. And they were excited about participating, but ended up not even being able to respond because they were so busy. So
I think there was another question embedded in one I already read. How did you collect people's reactions? Like people's reactions with the event?
this is difficult.
Not formally.
Yeah, informally. I would say a lot of it was word of mouth and talking to people in the community. There was something that for me was heartwarming and a little bit of proof that people were enjoying and engaging with the event, is that when we went on Sunday to go collect all the paintings, we actually ended up leaving them up because every time we went to go collect one, there was a group of people at it viewing it and enjoying it. So with that, like we could have left them up longer, you know, like people were enjoying it. I also think Burlington is relatively starved for community events right now because of COVID. And the fact that we tried to make an event that could be done safely for a lot of different people with different perceptions of risk, I think went a long ways in people's enjoyment and ability to engage. Well, when you say you are academics, are you all U of B? Yes. If so, are you part of the ecological economics community at the university?
3 of us.
Do you consider yourself part of the ecological economics community?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christian's a doctor,
Oh yeah.
just finished,
Christian just graduated.
and the rest of us are
Insects.
PhD students affiliated in different ways. We all contributed to the Ecological Economics book that came out from a symposium a couple of years ago.
I think to various degrees, we all maybe identify in part as ecological economists, some more than others.
Meg and I are advisees of Josh Farley, who is on this call and one of the organizers of this event through IC.
And we all were or are at UVM. Another question, do you collaborate with the Slow Money and Slow Food? I'm not sure what's not.
There's no Slow Money chapter in Vermont. There is Slow Food both at UVM and in Vermont, but they didn't contribute to Degrowth Fest. I'm an organizer of Food Not Bombs Burlington, and there's members of Slow Food who've gotten involved with Food Not Bombs. We have some affinity because of the shared love of snails with Slow Food. But yeah, it's not, to my knowledge, those aren't super active groups around here.
Okay, we've got about 3 minutes left. If anyone has any last burning questions, you can also send any questions to us at degrowthfest2020@gmail.com, which I'll write in the chat right now. Whether it's about our organizing or if you want to have a festival similar in your own communities. All of us would, or one of us would be really happy to talk to you about that.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks to the organizers for facilitating this contribution to the colloquium.
I guess that means we're done. All right. Bye, everybody.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks to the organizers for facilitating this contribution to the colloquium.
I guess that means we're done. All right. Bye, everybody.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks to the organizers for facilitating this contribution to the colloquium.
I guess that means we're done. All right. Bye, everybody.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks to the organizers for facilitating this contribution to the colloquium.
I guess that means we're done. All right.
take that as a yes. Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm an artist and producer based in Manchester, and I am here to facilitate a session with Gabby from Projeto Margens in Brazil. Gabby is joining us today to talk a little bit about a research project that they have been doing around rivers in Brazil, and a kind of performative artistic response they have been making in response to the research. And today we are going to watch Altamira 2042, which is the second iteration of responses, and it's about the Zinga River in Brazil. But before we watch the performance, Gabby's going to tell us a little bit about the research, a bit about where it came from, and a bit about the process. And then we're going to watch the show, and it's about an hour. And during the performance, we're asking you if you've got any questions or comments to write that in the chat box. And at the end, we will come back and have a little question and answer session with Gabby. Is that okay, Gabby?
Yes.
You want to talk a little bit about the show and where it comes from and the research behind it?
Yes, sure. Well, first, thank you for inviting Altamira 2042 for this conference. I'm very glad to be here, and hello everyone who is in the other side of this computer screen. This is a different way to present a performance work or theater work. So it's very new for me to be presenting it like this. I hope you can have the best experience possible for this moment. We are all having, doing what we can, the best we can to keep experiencing things. So I would like to ask you to see the performance. If you could be in a dark place, if you can turn the lights out, and put a phone, that would be the best way to see it. So I'm Gabriela, and I will present and talk just 10 minutes about this research and what you're going to see. This performance is called Altamira 2042. Is the second stage of a research that I have been doing since 2013 in the north of Brazil. This research is named Riverbanks Project on Rivers, Buiunas, and Fireflies. And it's dedicated to listening and amplifying the testimony of Brazilian rivers who has been experiencing catastrophe from the own river's perspective. This project was conceived as a response to the Anthropocene, as an artistic response to the Anthropocene, which is defined, there is this really good definition, I think, in my opinion, of the Anthropocene, that the journalist Eliane Brum, who is very important and combative, I'm not sure if that's the word, journalist in Brazil. And she says that the Anthropocene is the moment when man cease to fear the catastrophe to become the catastrophe himself. So when man becomes the catastrophe, I understand that others should come out to testify what has been human experience here on Earth. In this case of this research, we have the witness rivers, who is 3 rivers until now, which was the first stage was the Araguaia River. And we did a work there about women who have fought and died in the guerrilla of Araguaia, which is one of the most violent conflicts in Brazil, in the dictatorship in Brazil in the 60s. These women are still disappeared. And many of people who lived by the Araguaia River were tortured and are still missing. So we went to the Araguaia for several years and worked with these people and with the river himself. And we did a play called Guerrilla Girls, or To Earth, There Is No Missing Person. And we did a film as well called Edna, which is a female who have survived 4 important land conflicts in the Araguaia region. And then we went to the second stage of the research, which happened in the Xingu River, which is one of the most important Amazonian rivers. And we did Altamira from the testimony of the Xingu himself about the Belo Monte hydroelectric dam. This is one of the most terrible crimes in Brazil. The river, there is a big part of the river that's considered almost dead right now. And all the indigenous people on the river and people who lives in its margins they have had their lives completely destroyed. And also the non-humans who lives in the margins of this river. So we have the Witness River, and the first one was Araguaia, the second one was Xingu, and the third one will be Tapajós. All of them are in the Amazonia. And the other axis is the Buyunas women. The Buyuna is a mythological figure in Amazonian, which is half woman, half big snake. And she gave birth to lots of rivers, and she's responsible for taking care of them, for guarding them. So in each stage, in each place, there is one Buyuna river, which is an indigenous woman or a riverine woman who works with us, and who are women who have the river as a being, not as a resource. Understand the river in their culture, in their spirituality, as a being and not as a resource. So they are able to listen to the testimony of these rivers. And we are learning with them how to do that. And the third axis are the firefly people, who are people who are always in the risk of disappearing. This is a concept that Didi Uberman wrote in his book, The Survivance of the Fireflies. I don't know the name in English. So this research, we've done films and exhibitions, and the performance you will see in this performance, the first moment, we just listen to the voices of non-human beings, and then the voices of people from the Xingu. Me as a performer, I only articulate these things. And we have presented Altamira 2042 in the city of Altamira. Altamira is the name of the city in Pará, where the hydroelectric is. And we did the performance there in an event called Amazonian Center of the World. And it was a beautiful presentation. Well, I'm not going to get the spoiler, how the performance ends, but I think you will understand how strong it was to present it there. So I think that's it. And we can talk a bit more after the performance. Hannah.
Thank you, Gabriella. Thank you. Yeah, I think over to you, Alex. Oh.
conectando. Es que no está abierto el de Viva, me toqué la otra.
¿Qué es? Listen.
casado. Os espíritos das árvores, eles são como vento. Você não vê, mas você sente. Você vê o vento, mas você sente. É uma coisa importante. Só que não é todas as pessoas que nasceram para existir para ele, mas existe para todo mundo. Só que não é todas as pessoas que nasceram para existir para ele, mas existe para todo mundo. Chamou isso. As almas. Era-se de mãe, de vó, de tia. Sabe mulher? As mulheres nascem mais na crença. Mas acredito mais nos achos, mais nas pessoas que deixaram a vida para ela como espírito. E eu acredito que meu espírito que me guia, eu tenho muito nascido com ele, mas eu tenho um outro que me guia. Eu acredito nisso. O meu espírito é cuidadoso, é corajoso e atrevido. sai daqui no seguro, sai lá em Galinha. Lá na nossa. Por baixo. Aí ela tá dentro. Ela entra aqui e vai lá para dentro. As pessoas matam um pouquinho, tem um nome, ninguém sabe o que matou. Entendeu? Mas quando na parte delas tem, morreram no Brasil inteiro, porque ela era um país que teve água na cara, e disse que se ela não desse o criminoso, ele ia buscar. O que aconteceu? A justiça abriu mão, levantou na cadeia, bateu a poeira, botou a cara em casa, porque o negócio é pegar mesmo, e não apareceu, matou vários, mas apareceu que matou a Grace, apareceu que matou a Gabriela, entendeu? Apareceu que matou a Marcelene, não aparece. Mas apareceu que matou a Grace, apareceu que matou a Marcelene, apareceu que matou a Gabriela, mas apareceu que matou a Grace, Marcelene, Gabriela, não aparece. Porque tem custo mesmo para achar. Eu tenho isso. O que é nosso país de água na cara, e não apareceu que matou vários? Morrer para mim, matada, não era na problema. Sabe por quê? Eu sei me matar, eu posso poder defender a mata, a floresta, e eu sou a mata, sou a floresta. Ele nunca acaba na mata, porque a mata é viva como eu. Eu vou nascer na cabeça de outra pessoa, mas no pensamento do homem. Eu vou morrer. Na matéria na terra, no meu espírito eu morri. E onde quer que esteja no escopo da floresta, eu vou estar lá mesmo. Não está aqui, eu tenho que viver. Eu tenho um Chico de menina. Tive uma grande mulher, ela foi morta em praça pública por defendia uma dimensão de uma história. Ela defendia algum incidente. O que eu falava? Ou você para ou você morre. As duas frases que não estavam. E morreu por isso. Então, mas existe o Chico na nossa. Chico não estava mandando tratar isso para não defender na mulher, entendeu? Nem ele, nem mulher. Ela não era de cortar. Chegou 2 dias para elas e terminou para começar a fazer na rua. Elas vinham. Não ia porque elas quiseram, vinha cortar, não foi isso. Essas são as coisas radicais. São as guerreiras. As guerreiras que já se foram que encarnaram na gente. Se for para pagar com a vida, a senhora chegou por aí. De repente também pode. Por que vocês estão aqui? Quem mandou vocês aqui? Você desconhece. Talvez você nunca viu uma mata. São coisas invisíveis. Coisas que só a terra pode dar para a gente. Só você pisando nela você sente. Aí eu te pergunto. Bebe um monte de notícia do mundo? No Brasil, dos pastores, não tem uma lei que protege as pessoas dela? Que proteja na hora mundo. Que ela está dizendo, não pode desembalar mais de novo, tem uma posição mais assim. Então, não vê. O problema é que eu te falei, para levar um humano. Um ensinamento de gente. Nós somos isso. Os restos mortais da população ribeirinha viraram para levar todo mundo. Nós estamos usados como uma base para a construção na autoestrada que foi. Nós não pegamos a tecnologia nossa. Por que vocês não entenderam? Eu fiz. Não falei, dentro de tudo como esse demônio. Não tinha os estudos de si que da mão carregada. Não tinha equipe dos especialistas que da mão carregada para a família. O que aconteceu com a justiça feminista? Porque eu não fiz. A justiça cega. A justiça vai deixar limpa. Eu disse uma vez que se eu pudesse pegar aqueles caras, aquelas conversas, eu queria uma safadeza de situação. Que justiça é essa na rua? E quando a justiça é bem grande, não vai lá, cadê o mal feito, o que a pessoa faz? Justiça. Tira a beira da cara. Justiça. Tira a beira da cara.
Moro no lugar, um pedacinho aqui do beiradão. Tem uma mata, um rio, um barco bom. Tem tudo aqui, umas galinhas, uns ovos para comer, peixe frito, mar, beber.
Besteira danada que chegou atravessa pra sobreviver. Vive com baco nas costas, a dores que sente não pode dizer. Sonha com belas promessas de gente importante que vive ao redor. Mas dá um saião, tá procurando, ainda é pior. Esse é meu cotidiano, pois se eu não me engano, pois Deus é maior. O mundo não acaba aqui, minha vida está de pé. Enquanto Deus me der a vida, levarei comigo esperança e fé. Enquanto Deus me der a vida, levarei comigo esperança e fé. Essa é a última.
Mas as coisas mudam, o dinheiro deixa rápido, você brilha, mata fácil, compra fácil. É muito jogo sujo, por isso eu não lutar. Eu já falei da morte, sou a festa sinfônica. Eu falo aqui da capital da Transamazônica. Coisa de permissão de vagabundo, símbolo de Zé, que era amazonizado. Eu venho que esse fiscal, consumo de droga, isso, mas se espera que eu acabei de aquele mais com a minha pista. De dia ou de noite, pra tu faz, de meu Deus. Refulando uma testa naquela de cada nascer. Dá saudade, provavelmente cheirado. Ele colou na vaca louca pra me acelerar. Não passa apologia, a maconha e a lixeira. É uma realidade que rica de dar conhecimento. Vem comigo, pra que ele não se talenta. É preciso de aprimorarmos os nossos conhecimentos. Pra fazer rap, tem que uma beleza natural, é o meu lugar, que vida boa, que vida boa, peixe caiu na canoa, sou no meu mundo do beiradão, que vida boa, que vida boa, peixe caiu na canoa, sou eu no meu mundo do beiradão. Mas tudo mudou, veio o progresso para a cidade nos levar. Não tem mais mata nem rio para ir pescar. Minha ilha, não sei onde vou. É tanta gente que não sei por onde andar. Nosso sustento belo monte fez tirar. É nossa sinaia, sem o seu lugar. E as lembranças me diz que um dia eu pude ser feliz e não sou mais, adeus da boa, adeus da boa, sem peixe, sem minha canoa, só resta saudade no meu coração, adeus da boa, adeus da boa, sem peixe, sem minha canoa. Resta saudade em meu coração.
Esse mundo, tô querendo se acabar, mas as mulheres não vão deixar, as mulheres não vão deixar. É tão ruim ver você se acabando, tanta gente aqui chorando, sem poder acompanhar. Esse mundo, tão querendo te acabar, mas as mulheres não vão deixar, as mulheres não vão deixar. Esse mundo. sociedade de defuntos ambulantes e mortos-vivos. Um filme de terror, vamos dizer assim. Quando eu disse que aconteceu uma guerra, foi isso.
Eu vejo sim, Altamira, um centro energético de uma guerra entre dois mundos. Né? É aqui, é o centro de uma guerra mundial, assim, que ela acontece em vários outros lugares do mundo, mas aqui a dimensão dela é muito forte, né? Porque as duas forças são enormes. Essas pessoas são vítimas de guerra.
O Rio Xingu está morto para tudo e para todos. Para tudo e para todos. Ele não tem mais a potência que ele tinha, nunca vai ter mais. O peixe, que é o próprio peixe de alimentar a população, não tem mais o sossego, o pouco que tem, bilhões e bilhões de peixes morreu, tu não peixe para aí, os pássaros, os gordos, o bicho, nas ilhas aí morrendo de cidade de fome, preso e tudo isso aí. Para que uma coisa mais terrível do que é o rio, ter a floresta dele e ver se acabando, toda se acabando desse jeito aí, toda morrendo desse jeito aí, caindo, acabando, entendeu? Morrendo as florestas tudo dentro dele.
Três amigos que a gente estava no churrascando lá em cima e tal, pescando hoje, de boa. Aí, do nada não, né? Expressão. A gente vê um objeto não identificado. Entendeu? Subindo, uma bola, mais ou menos 2.000 metros, subindo e pousando. Olha na frente, tu tá vendo aquilo ali? Aí ele pegava a terra e fazia assim, né? Aí eu falei, caralho, mano, para com isso aí, eu tô com medo, velho. Eu nunca vi esse bagulho, velho. Eu nunca vi esse bagulho, Hudson. Não, ei, para com isso aí, mano, eu tô ficando com medo também e tal. Aí eu falei, vamos passar daqui, velho. E ele com medo de se abduzir e tal, a gente sabe o que era, um objeto identificado lá e tal. Aí a gente, aí a galera fala, isso aí é uma luz e tal. Pô, não, velho. Fazendo vídeo assim, mexendo no negócio assim e tal. Eu nunca assisti tanto vídeo na minha vida, eu tenho certeza que o que a gente viu foi no log, no objeto não identificado. A pessoa, os bichão que eu vi aí na investigar hoje, ele tem.
fora. Uma caneta nada mais que uma arma. Uma arma é um tiro. Uma caneta é milhões. Entendeu? Ninguém imagina que eu tô caneta mosquito. Mas que uma das armas que tem é aquelas bombas da floresta. Bomba atômica. A caneta é uma bomba. Uma caneta nada mais que uma arma.
O chifre da grande fazenda. O chifre o gato se mudou demais, a gente se concretou demais, a gente se metalou demais, a gente se oxidou demais.
Mas também é uma outra coisa. Ele é isso e aquilo. É isso. Não é que ele é isso e não é aquilo. Ele é isso e aquilo. Isso é aquilo. Isso é aquilo. Isso é aquilo. Ele é soma, não é subtração.
O próprio rio, se ele puder falar chave, ele, o que ele não fala? Ele aguenta tudo calado. Porque isso foi a maior consequência que teve no país brasileiro, vai dizer que é a segunda maior do mundo, mais de 10 mil idades. Porque acabou com o rio, acabou com as águas, acabou com o peixe, acabou com o brasileiro, que maravilha, acabou com tudo. O próprio rio, se ele quiser chorar, onde ele vai chorar?
Para mim existe um ser das águas, né? Da água, ela cobra meio encantada. Os caras falam das dimensões assim, tipo, tomando um poste, subindo um poste, entendeu? O som é mais escalado, assim, entendeu?
O Xingu, quando era o Xingu mesmo, eles começaram devagarzinho com ele com carinho. Começaram a amarrar eles pouquinho, quando ele se deu conta que a coisa estava feia, ele era tarde, ele achou que ninguém ia fazer maldade dele, porque ele não era maldade com ninguém. Ele foi usado. Por conta disso, ele estava errado. Ele nunca imaginou que alguém ia trair ele. Quando ele se deu conta que estavam tentando matar, já foi tarde. Ele não está morto, ele está pulsando, ele está vivo. Mas só que quando ele viu que estavam tirando a perna, as pernas dele, ele quis puxar um braço, foi tarde. Entendeu? Só que ele tem perna, ele tem vida, né? Tiraram uma, mas ele tem outra. E essa ele não pode usar.
Essa é a guerra. É uma guerra a respeito de compreensões de existência, assim. E isso torna a Mira um centro mundial, né? Nós vamos mudar. Nós não aplicamos para trás do vinho e matar nosso vinho. Muita gente procurando também, mas esse caso também é um modelo negativo, no momento. Só que o modelo que está morrendo, pelo monte, talvez ele tenha sido a última. Eu chego. Pode perceber que o homem agora não está mais afetando só o mundo físico, ele também está afetando o mundo espiritual. Essa é uma guerra de incorporação ao modelo único. Esse é o resultado, é o pior resultado da guerra. Que é uma discussão. E é isso que o sistema anterior, não é? A escravidão veio a nos ficar correndo nossos pés, nossas coisas, nossos braços. Mas com isso ele não vai dizer. Esse é o nosso problema da história. Porque ele mata e não volta. Se ele não vira livro de história, eu não vou virar livro de história. Eu vou virar livro de conta. Para mim, isso é explicar para ele. Eu vou falar que isso é porque eu quero matar o cara que ele fica. Nunca mais a gente vai decidir o livro que ele falou, que ele não quer ficar preso. Isso é produto bom, porque quando ele vai usar de volta, ele faz aquele plano absurdo, que não tem objetivo que ele existiu, ele está revoltado, ele não quer continuar sendo. Isso será que o que vai acontecer? Vai tudo morrer. As árvores vão morrer, os animais vão morrer. Então isso aqui vai virar um deserto de árvores mortas e animais. Belo Monte é o fim de uma era. Pode ser que Belo Monte seja o fim da raça humana. Pode ser que o fim da era seja o mesmo. E pode ser que Belo Monte seja o último, ou uma das últimas, que vai dar um giro. Belo Monte vai ser o nosso muro de dentro. Isso é Belo Monte. Quando o mundo que estava lá, alguém imaginou que ia. E uma hora foi ter uma série de acontecimentos. Caiu. Significa tanta coisa quebrar essa barragem. Quantos bilhões de anos esse rio costuma ser memória? Esse caminho, esse fluxo, esse regime de cheio e vazão, essa dinâmica. E aí, em 2 anos, você está eixo, consolidando de diálogo. Não estou sabendo o que fazer, estou descendo pontos aqui. Para onde tenho que ir? Com quem me enviar? Que tipo de gente são vocês?
para outro assunto. Chama todos os índios, cada um com a sua fortuna, picareta e não sei o quê. Vai ser assim. Todo mundo em cima da barragem.
Thank you very much. I can see some virtual claps going on there. I'll just do a little clap while I heard. Thank you so much. That was really incredible. And I mean, I have a lot of questions and a lot of things I'd like to say, but I think it's also really, you mentioned before about kind of in this current situation in which we are, you know, wanting to still engage with artistic practice and having to view it and experience it in different ways. And obviously we're watching that from the computer, and we can see that the audience are in that experience and are having quite a visceral experience. But I don't think it was completely lost actually on you know, if we had it in the right sense. Very powerful. So for everyone out there on the other side, this is your opportunity to ask some questions. If you want to type in the chat. There have been some comments already. Susan says, "This is amazing, transports me to worlds I've known and ones I've not before imagined." Walter kind of putting it to us to maybe think about what is happening with Indigenous people in Brazil today with COVID. And that's quite a very big question, and deforestation and the government. And Soma saying, "Weep with the river, we are one." And you can obviously at the end there, you really see everyone respond to that and, you know, come together, and it must have been very powerful for all those people in the room, and especially to be in that place. So if no one else is going to ask a question, I'm just going to like wait a second to see if anyone wants to ask a question. Is there anything you'd like to say, Gabby?
Yes, no, my connection failed, and so I cannot see the comments that you mentioned. If you could just put here for me, it would be nice for me to see it.
Yeah, of course.
But maybe I can talk while people are. I think this is a work that it's not. I don't usually go to questions and a conversation after, because what we try to do, it's really a ritual in the direction of the Xingu when we are together, and that's why it's so important that people are inside the space, the scenic space, and they are all engaged in breaking the stone there is there, or dancing or playing the instruments. It's something that we do for the Xingu, to empower and enforce the Xingu at that moment. We believe that by each day that we do this performance, we can open a small how do I say that? A small hole in that dam, so that it really breaks. One of the, so there's lots of things, but one of the things that a portal, yes, maybe. So we did that in Altamira, in the city that the Xingu was buried. And at the end of the performance, we could never end the performance because people would not stop breaking the stone. They made a big line and everybody was standing and waiting for their chance to actually break the stone. And they broke that with so much with this really incorporate alliance with the river, because the river, the dam cannot be broken like that. It would be dangerous for people who live in Altamira. And I was in doubt of how would they receive this image of the dam breaking. And it was beautiful to see how they received it as if they were the river. They received it very well. They shouted and chanted and screamed for minutes and minutes, and they were happy that the river would break the dam. And I think that's important to say, because that's something that I listened there all the time. And people, they talk about the river or as their father, or a brother, as a brother, or as themselves. They are the river. So that's something that is important, I think, for us who are not indigenous and who are Western and white people, to understand. There is a way to articulate language that creates words. So I think one of the things that this research intends to do is to open our ears, the ears of my own people, the people who cannot hear anymore, to other languages, to other way of articulating language, and that to creating other words. Because if these people, they wouldn't think about burying a river, it's not because they don't have the technology to do that. It's because the technology that they have enables them to listen to the river and to know that the river cannot be buried. So it seems to me that that's much more sophisticated technology. And there has been here on this earth for so many years. It's an ancient technology, but is the most sophisticated. That's it.
Yeah. What did you want to talk a little bit about this?
Is there a question here?
Is it digitization? If civilization, can you see this?
Is it digitalization? Digitization
Is it
in
digitization?
civilization?
If the next enemy for which we should counterbalance now.
I'm not sure if I understood that, but is that what we are living now? Like what we are doing, the I don't know, algorithms things, and well, we are living in audiovisual life. Is that what you mean?
Matt, if you're there, do you want to unmute yourself and speak? We lost Matt, I think. Matt?
Hello. Good morning from Seattle, Washington.
Hi, Matt.
Good morning. I walked into this performance, I believe at some point in the second act. And I was struck by the digital effects in which you used. And at first set me back as not knowing what I was walking into. But as I stepped in and started to open my mind to what was happening, what I experienced was the human physical form interacting, if not in conflict with, the digital world. And I see some of the effects of people almost being turned into stone by the digital aspect. We are in my area, I see people that are basically catering to their mind and have lost, to some extent, the physical sense in which their bodies have value. Mm-hmm. And the mind has been overvalued. Mm-hmm. So, and digitization helps kind of bring that a step or two further through artificial intelligence and machine learning and deep learning. So I was wondering if this was in part a, I don't know, a persecution of digitization as well as the dams.
Yeah. Well, I think that technology can be many things. And we have been, how do I say that? Like something that you put on yourself and becomes a part of yourself, or like what I do with the sound speakers or the projector. So we have, like, as humans in different cultures, we are always putting things. Indigenous people, they're not different from us. I mean, but they put other things. But there is the maracá, which is I don't know the name in English, but the thing that they shake. There is an anthropology that I love very much, that he says it is actually a processal of particles, the indigenous maracá. It's a particle makes it speed, like sorry guys, it's hard for me.
I think
and it opens words, it can open words. So the shaman, he has to he uses technology also. He drinks the tea from plants, powerful plants. He dances. He uses another clothes from animals. There is some people in Amazonia that actually came from instruments, from flutes, for example. So the interaction of humans with matter, with things, has always been here. In Altamira 2042, what I do, it's a really basic technology at the beginning. I put pen drives in the speakers, and that actually came from an indigenous land where they started to use the pen drives to record the chants of the shaman, the songs of the shaman. So the shaman for the Arauete, which was the indigenous people that I was, the shaman could only sing one time. The shaman can only sing the song one time. That's the time where he is in his shamanic trance. So they understood that they could record these songs and listen to it later. And that's what they call today the shaman in the pen drive. So they took our technology to put their memory. So, and they buy these pen drives in Altamira. It comes with white music. And when we were there, we took another shaman's songs from their own people that the anthropology gave to us so that we could send to them, give to them. And they said to us, and the pen drives were full. And one of them told us, no, take the white off and put the shaman. So something changed in their life also, because they grabbed our technology and they put their own memory, and now it's their technology also. And in the performance, we do that also. We have the Xingu in the pen drive, we have the frogs in the pen drive, the forest in the pen drive, and is the way that we can listen to them, because, well, we live in a big city here. We cannot listen to any of those anymore. And something that happened in this research actually has one question that guides us, that is, in what shamanism can capacitate art to become. I'm not a shaman, so I cannot travel into words as they can. I don't have these powerful plants to change my perception and open other words that are here, but I cannot see or listen to it. So I have to use the technology of my people. I have to use a camera or a projector or a speaker or a microphone to amplify my listening. So, well, I'm saying all of this because I think there is, we have always been interacting and using technology. It can be for creation, but it has been to destruction. It scares me, artificial intelligence and things like that, putting a chip under your body or something like that. It scares me also. And I think it is an enemy. It's one more enemy that we are fighting with. But I don't know. I don't think one thing is only one thing, you know? I don't think we can look to artificial intelligence and say it's bad and that's it. I mean, things are lots of things at the same moment, and that's something you can acknowledge a lot when you go to Amazonia. Things are, it's to be and to be. I say that because I come from theater, and in theater, maybe the most important question sentence is to be or not to be. That's the question. But I think in Amazonia, you don't have the possibility of not being. It's to be and to be, and that's the question. You don't have a possibility. Everything is, and everything is with their body and with their spirit and with the technology and with a ship or a pen drive or a flute or so. That's why I always try to say that it's not, I don't believe it's really about things. It's about language. Our language has brought us here. So I don't think our language will take us anywhere else. I think it's time that we listen to indigenous language I mean, will not be Portuguese or English or Spanish, will not be the language of people that colonize the world and make it what we are seeing now. It will be others.
Thank you.
I don't know if I answered.
Does that answer your question, Matt?
That very helpful, yes.
Thank you.
Different perspectives from different places, and listen to these perspectives so we can understand with empathy versus our own common sense, if you will, and how technology fits into that.
You
can be a tool. I'm sorry, what was that?
You summarized that beautifully. That's very
Thank you.
Well, I think I have a lot of questions about, well, I think one of the things that really is for me, like, that I want to ask those questions about is the participation of those or the engagement of the people that you spoke to and people you did research with, and how you translated what they were saying and their ideas and their thoughts into that performance. You know, this kind of idea of like telling the story of the other, and how you feel you did that in a way which was kind of you know, not exploitative, or not you know, engaging with them in a way that they wanted to tell their stories. So I'm going to ask that as a cheeky little question, and then I think we'll wrap up if no one else has got any other questions.
Okay. So yes, that's always something to pay attention, because, well, the world, we are so used to exploring the world, and that has been a good thing or we thought it was a good thing, or has been written as a good thing in history, like the image of the explorer. It's a good image. It's the brave, courageous, and blah blah blah. So we are used to that. So I had to pay attention in myself every step of the way, and I think there is something that comes first. There is the relationship that you can create or not, and time, it's a good partner in this. So this research has been going on for almost 7 years now, and it's really different where it started and where it is now. So I always say that to do Altamira, I went to Altamira like 3 times, and the first time I was really interested in the information, and they knew what I was coming from, and they gave to me what I was coming from. So they told me how it was the experience of Belo Monte to them, and they gave me the information. So that happened, and that happened, and that happened, and I'm sad, and I'm destroyed, or something, or someone got sick, or the river is not the same. The second time I went there to do to travel the river in a canoe. So this was like one turning point, because nowadays you can never travel the river in a canoe. You always have the motor, the sound of the motor. So it's different. It's a different time. It's a different body engagement, and it's different what you listen and everything. So this was another moment in the relationship with the territory and the people there. And then the third time that I went there, it wasn't the information anymore. Are you listening to this noise? Are you? Wait. So the third time that I went there, it was not about the information anymore. It was about seeing friends and being with them in their home. And so it was totally different. There was when I feel that really started to listen what Altamira is now, because it was when, with time and with all that is before us, the information that is what appears in front of us, it was out of the way, then we could really listen to each other and understand how language was articulated, and how this work was supposed to be something with not many lights, and with the sound of non-humans, start with the sound of non-humans, the voices of non-humans, who could open and clean our ears to what comes next. And then comes Raimunda. So the voices that you have listened. It's never mine. I don't tell the story as an actress would do. So I listen the story together with you. It's their voices. They are saying, um, and they are bringing this, like Raimunda Gomes da Silva, which is the riverine woman that I stayed the most with. She brings a really really strong spiritual aspect about what happened, and that's one of the axes in this work. So it's not about me going there and understanding what was Belo Monte by my perspective, and then come back to São Paulo where I live and making a theatrical text and making a brilliant performance as an actress. It's really something else, and it was important for me that the room was dark and that I could be in the dark, and then, but not as it is in theater, that the humans are the center of everything. So everything that is on the stage is there so that humans can shine. In Altamira, it was the other way around. It was, okay, everything that is here shines for their own. And it's like I try to not make this big hierarchy between humans and matter. And just to complete, I think that something that Altamira, it's one of the things that this relationship with the territory and the people that I've been meeting has created. We have now a network between women and rivers and arts, and we are always trying to understand how we can be more time in the territory and how we can develop relations that that involves people that are there. So it's not going and then coming, I don't know, to São Paulo or to Europe and presenting it, but present in the territory as well, create professional relations as well, financial relations as well. This is important also. And yes, and now with this network, we will understand what comes from them, what's important for them to do. The play and the films is one, it's what I can do because I'm an artist, that's what I can offer. But there's lots of things that I cannot do, that I don't know how to do, and that I would be very much happy to learn how to do if it is important for them. So I think it's time for us to not to do only the things that we know how to do, but especially those things that we don't know.
Thank you. And I think it's also really important to tell everyone here that it's an ongoing project. Obviously, this is comments have been made, but the research is ongoing. Do you want to tell everyone where they can find out more about the research, or is there a website?
No, I haven't done it yet.
Can anyone follow you on social media, or is there anything like that people can find you on?
No, I am in social media as with my name. I can put here, but that's something we definitely have to do. Yes, I will put here, and then I will create something. But we are going. Actually, we're going to do Altamira next year in Europe, in Vienna and Paris and Portugal, and yes, and there is other places. Right. So yes, if you find me in the social media, then you will know.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much for everyone for watching and being part of it. And I think that's it for this session. John, do you want to say something to wrap up the whole week up, or? John, are you there? No. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Gabby. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, John. Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Congratulations.